Storm has passed, the time is now to go to bed. You can do it somehow. The storm is gone, and maybe it's not too long until you rest your head, get some sleep, try to dream of something sweet. Thunder's gone, the rain is coming down. If you look up to the sky, you see things are clearing now. Everything is gonna be okay, even when it's not. All storms pass eventually. Know you have a lot. You got me, you got mom, got all the things that you've become. Me, you got mom, got a loving home where you're from. You got me, you got mom, so love your family. You only get one, only get one. Storm has passed, the time is now to go to bed. You can do it somehow. Storm is gone, maybe it's not too long until you rest your head and get some sleep. Try to dream of something sweet. Sleep just fine. Tonight, gonna sleep just fine. Tonight, tonight.
Hey everybody, how we doing? Is it one of those days again? I'm trying to adjust the size of this so I can just get like the timestamp on. I have no Brennan right now, so he does all the nice fancy overlays. But that's okay. We can do it. We can handle this ourselves, can't we? I think we can. Maybe. There we go. Now let me just make sure it's horizontally centered. And that's right. Perfect. Lock that in. There we go. We're looking at some storms. Look at this environment up here in northeastern Ontario, going into Quebec here, just south of Temiskaming Shores. We've got a VTP of 2, which is not great. I mean, depending on perspective, but I would say if you don't want tornado activity, then you don't want to see that too there. It's a violent tornado parameter, so it's not a guarantee that there will be a tornado there, but it's telling you that the parameters are there. That's an interesting little thing. What does that look like on SR? Okay. Does this look like that looks like a meso to me, but there's no reflectivity there? What is this? That is weird. Why does that? Let's see what tilt 2 is doing. So 3, 4, it vanishes. What is that? Are you watching this, Dalton? telling Dalton that if he's not watching the stream, that would be difficult for me because I basically just talk to him through the stream. So it's helpful if he's watching it. Yeah, this looks like a mezzo, and then there's like no precipitation there. That is so weird. You don't see that often, eh? That is a weird. It's like, oh, if I just saw this velocity, I'd be like, ooh, keep an eye on that. And then I go to SRV and I go, oh, okay, yeah, there's something going on there. And then I swipe over. This is why the swiping tool is so important. You swipe over and you're like, never mind. That is so weird. And maybe, we've done this now for 13 years? I don't think I've ever seen anything like that. Maybe I have. It's just been a while. It's a fresh season. I forget everything I know. We start again, and here we are. So that's what's up. Thanks so much for joining us on the live stream, everybody. Appreciate it. Weather Fortress says, Adam, are there any tornadoes right now? I don't know, maybe somewhere in the States, possibly. Right now in Ontario, I don't think so. There's a lot of inhibition here. So all these blue lines you see, right? They should be inhibiting. They should be mitigating. They should be calming down, potential tornado development. But once it leaves the blue dashes here, and we go into clear cut, a VTP of 1 right there, and a VTP of 2 right here. And let's see where that 2 is, right near Temagami. So the Temagami area, and then extending into, of course, Quebec. Looks like our friends at Michigan Storm Chasers have posted, we have damage reports rolling in from Woodland, Michigan. By the way, this isn't all we're watching. There is a bunch of storms coming into deep southwestern Ontario right now. Will they be strong is a question. They look pretty decent. By the way, that orange is VTP, so we do have a little bit of the violent tornado parameter down here. Again, it's not a guarantee. It just is like, yeah, there's an environment, so you might want to pay attention. That's basically what it means. Doesn't mean for sure we're going to get some big, strong rotation, but it's not entirely out of the question. Environment Canada has updated their forecast for today. We should probably take a look at it. Let me know in the comments. Should I take a look at the old Environment Canada forecast for today? Probably not a bad idea. Let's see here. They didn't mention a tornado risk yesterday, but today they have added a tornado risk for basically this area. Yes, says NJM. Yes, says Reg. All right. I got you. So, by the way, you can do all this if you have Instant Weather Pro, but you might as well just hang out here and I'll show you. It's all good. I turned off the heat warning just because, it's going to be hard to see all the other warnings with that on. So I'll just turn that off. I also love the fact that you can do that now. You can just if I turn it on, you can see all of these different alerts, some of them US, some of them Canada. But you can turn all the different types of alerts off now. So just turn off heat and fire right now. By the way, there was a land spout, potentially. I say potentially because we have to wait for it to be verified, but based on the 5 photos we saw of it and a video as well, showing quite a bit of motion, I'm fairly confident in the fact that there may have been land spout today in Alberta near Olds and land spout yesterday in Alberta near Olds. So both of those have still yet to be confirmed. We'll leave that up to Dr. Sills and his team at the Northern Tornadoes Project. And of course, they will collaborate with Environment Canada on that and make the final decision on if that was a land spout or if it was just a dust devil on steroids, maybe. I don't know. Looked like a land spout to me. Good. Oh, yeah, the forecast. All right. Sorry, I get distracted easy. All right. So let's turn off the... I always do this, but you can't see what I'm doing. There we go. So let's turn off the mesoanalysis. Yes. And let's turn on the Environment Canada forecast. Now, here's the forecast from Environment Canada, from the Ontario Storm Prediction Center. So this section here, is from the Ontario Storm Prediction Center, and this section here is from the Quebec Storm Prediction Center. So you have two different offices, one for Quebec, one for Ontario. They make two different forecasts, and this is the result. Adam says it looks sus. I mean, yeah. So obviously, the Quebec office believes that things will intensify as they move into Quebec, or it maybe at least expand. I digress. So let's go back to the forecast here. So Environment Canada has changed the forecast, and they've got two regions again. Remember, I was drawing on the map yesterday. We need to update these regions so they're a lot more. They're a lot easier to see. So this is their little line right here, and this is the Quebec Ontario border. Okay. Yeah, Dalton just put a damaging wind risk polygon for Essex County, which I agree with. So, okay, so there's two different areas from this forecast, right? So if I stop drawing and then I click on one of these, oh, my stop drawing got rid of the actual polygon. My bad. Okay, so here's the thunderstorm outlook for that particular area. Now, that particular area, there we go. It has a tornado risk mentioned. Okay. 90 to 100 kilometer an hour wind gusts, 2 to 3 centimeter hail, 20 to 40 millimeters of rainfall. That is for today, Monday, May 18th, 2026. So that is Environment Canada's forecast just for this area. So the area is, I know their maps are sometimes tricky to read. That's why it's awesome. We have their forecasts baked right into Instant Weather Pro, which you can subscribe to at instantweatherpro.com. By the way, it'll be inside of the new app as well too. And if you subscribe on the website, you can use it in the app. And if you subscribe in the app, you can use it in the website. They'll have different pricing because the app stores charge us an extra percentage. So the pricing in the app will be more expensive than if you purchase it on our website. But that is up to you, however you want to do it. Okay, so Squirrel Depot. I just noticed that there. So Pembroke, Squirrel Depot, Petawawa is all inside of that tornado potential polygon from Environment Canada, including North Bay, as you can see. Yeah, and basically just north of Huntsville there. So they think maybe even these storms that are moving in right now might be part of the show here. There's another weird fragment. What? What am I looking at? Is it just noise? This is why we need the radar research team. Because of this stuff. You're like, is that a meso? And then something's still going on here? What is happening? Like, look at it on SRV. What is this? You go to tilt 2, it's probably gone. Yeah. Never mind. It's just noise. I think. It's outside of the precipitate. Like, so weird. Okay. Only 1% tornado risk on that cell to the north there right now. So that's not too bad. This storm coming in over here, heading through Manitoulin Island right now is looking. Oh my sweet goodness. Do we have a polygon on that? Hold on, let me see here. Why don't I have our polygons in this map? I'm gonna go to the CSSL one. Hold on. Why don't I have them there? Why are they all turned off? What is happening? There we go. Do we have our polygons there? Let's see. Do we have one for... I need to ask. Well, let me talk to Dalton. Maybe he doesn't have one there. Let's see. He just did one for here. So why are they showing up on the map? What is happening? Chaos. Okay, I do see that there. And do I see his polygon? Where did his polygon go? Okay, so he said he did do a polygon for them. Because I am not liking what I'm seeing there. This looks super, super, super strong. 100 kilometer an hour winds going into Manitoulin Island right now. That looks pretty nasty. If I put it in SRV, it looks even worse. What is this right here? 148? Okay. SRV changes the values because it's slowing things down. It's minusing things out. But still, what does it say here? 100 kilometers. So just on regular velocity, it says it's a 100-kilometer value. That is going to be a brutal storm for these folks right here. I think I'm going to notify that again. Let me do right here and then go back a few frames. I'm going to create a storm track for this one. Goes back to about here. I'm going to create a polygon on that. Let me just move the screen around here slightly. Oh, I'm not seeing that. Let's do that. Make sure it's going this way. Yeah, over the water, that looked like a crazy mezzo. I think I might go tornado potential on this. This just looks bad. Okay. I really don't like the look of this storm. I'm going to go tornado potential, I think. Might be my first time this season doing it. Tornado potential. You detected tornado potential in the storm. I'll just say the storm tracking northeast into Manitoulin Island. We saw 100 kilometer an hour, so I'll put that. 100 kilometer an hour. Radar suggests up to 37. Yeah, that all looks good. I'm going to post that right now. I'm going to go orange. And I am going to send that. Right now. Okay, that's sent to 2,166 people, 8 people with our text message alerts, and it posted it to Facebook. I don't like the look of that at all. That looks pretty dangerous, I have to say. I'm going to go live in instant weather Northern Ontario here. Quickly. Actually, might as well while I'm at it. Northern Ontario. Let's go live in all the Ontarios. Shall we? Oh, see. Okay. Should go live for them. And I think edit the start time. Okay, I think we're live in the Ontario pages. Pardon that delay. We're looking at a really super nasty looking storm. I mean, it looks even worse now going into Providence Bay, heading towards central Manitoulin Island. So I guess it's actually more, would it be more of eastern? No, it's still considered. It says central Manitoulin. This looks horrifyingly strong. Yeah, this looks really bad. If I go to SRV, like when it gets that noisy, I mean, this could just be extreme winds in the downburst level, but I mean, over the water, it just looks so strong over the water. And as it comes in, I think tornado potential for this one. I mean, it might be downbursty. I just don't like the look of it at all. So I went tornado potential. I've seen signatures like that before. When they get that strong, all bets are off when they get that strong. Can I check? So someone said, how fast were the winds? We saw 100 kilometer an hour, maybe more. Oh, yeah. Yeah, really strong winds down here too, heading into LaSalle right now. And I think, and there was a damage report in the state side of that one. Yeah. And I think we did a polygon on that. I believe so. Yeah, he did, I believe. The polygon for Essex, right? Yeah. Yeah. I don't know why the polygons aren't showing up on this. Drive me nuts. I wonder if they're showing up in the main one. Hold on. You have to look at my head for a second. All right. Let's see here. I'm just going to switch to, let me switch to this one. Sorry, one second. Put in my secret password. And then flip back. Okay. I want to see if it's in here, but maybe it's not. No, it's not showing up. It's driving me nuts. I know they're being notified though. Did everybody get the notifications? The custom notifications? I believe it says it went through, so hopefully you are. And hopefully it shows. I can just look. It does show in the app. Speaking of the app, we submitted it for approval. Let me go to Windsor. No, I don't see it there. Oh, you did get it. Okay. All right. Well, that's good. Hold on a second here. Yeah, so I'm really not liking what I'm seeing over here. So, I by the way, I was in the middle of talking about the forecast. The rest of Environment Canada's forecast mentions isolated storms, 90 to 100 kilometer an hour wind gust risk, 2 to 3 centimeter hail, 20 to 40 millimeters of rainfall possible. So they're only saying a tornado risk is up here right now. But this storm that I see coming in, I mean, whether that is a tornado or it could be just an embedded really strong downburst. I don't like the look of this at all. This looks strong coming in. 2%, only 2% tornado risk on that particular one. But I think there's probably a pretty strong hint at some damaging wind risk with that. Oh my goodness, look at this. 99.36. What does that look like on Storm Relative? Yeah, 99.36. Now, if we go back to our min panel, I think we had the meso analysis up. Let me see here. I believe we had the meso analysis up. Yeah, so there's a lot of inhibition there. So maybe not, but this updates like every hour. So the environment could have changed, especially considering it is now 5:01 Eastern. Right? I don't like the look of that at all. It is a nasty looking storm. See what it does as it continues to track. I also don't like what I'm seeing down there in Essex County, especially on Detroit Airport radar. It's showing really strong winds heading up into Manitoulin Island, into Windsor area, LaSalle. Really, really strong winds heading in that direction right now. I'm just going to check something in the background. Give me a second here. One second here. I want to see something. Okay. That's good. All right. Sorry. One sec. Lots to do here, folks. Multiple computers. Lots going on. Second here. If I go here, oopsie, and I go, oh no, I see I got to X that. Okay. Oopsie. How do I X that? I see. I'm just going to refresh. Oh, did it already do it? Okay. Perfect. So if I click here, now it's bringing it back. I see. It's taking that as a regular click. Okay. I need to refresh it. There we go. Okay. Current notifications. Okay. So they're all working. Yeah. They're all working. All right. Doing some debugging here. I really still don't like what I'm seeing going through Manitoulin Island right now. I hope it's elevated and not directly affecting. Do you mean LaSalle Boulevard in Sudbury? No, I don't. No, I mean LaSalle. That's south of Windsor. Thank you, Dalton. Appreciate it. Yeah, so really, really strong winds heading into LaSalle, heading into Windsor area right now. It looks pretty intense. So, yeah, hopefully everybody staying safe. Okay, sorry, a lot of typing. Let's see here. Yeah, so two areas of fairly high concern right now. Windsor and LaSalle, very strong winds moving in. Let me know what you're experiencing, only if it's safe to do so. Any rotation in these storms? I'm not seeing rotation, but I am seeing very strong wind gusts along the leading edge of this storm line, which is a ongoing theme in the Windsor area for the past forever. Big, strong winds coming in. And I really don't like what I'm seeing here going through Manitoulin Island. Seeing winds of 104.04. So we're seeing some strengthening from these values. There is inhibition in place, as you can see here. What's that? Yeah, strong storm a little bit further back into Michigan. I see. Thank you, Dalton. Oh, okay. Because there's a minute delay on it. I hope there's not a minute delay. Pretty frustrating if there is. Okay, we still see the VTP of 2 over here from, was that Temagami? Yeah, Temagami over into Quebec. Huge thanks to Atlanta for getting me to pronounce that properly. Only took her like 7 years to get me to do that properly. Let's take a look at SRV here. No, so I'm not seeing rotation going into Essex County, but I am seeing much stronger winds on Detroit Airport radar. But it usually picks up on these really strong, close to the surface wind situations that the regular Detroit radar does not pick up on. Except that, what's that storm? Was that the one? Yeah. This is the storm that Dalton's talking about right here. It's kind of heading up towards Sarnia. Probably further north, though. Looks like it's going to go over Huron. But look at the winds on this thing. 117 kilometers an hour. Just ridiculous. Yeah, looking quite strong. Let's see here. Okay, let me just. Here we go. Yeah, this is looking super, super strong. And again, I really don't like what I'm seeing going into Manitoulin Island. It may just be really strong wind gusts, but I saw that signature there for a bit, just had that noisy look to it. I did not like what I saw. Yeah, I did not like what I saw there. So there's that. And then we continue to watch what's happening here. Tomorrow is going to be interesting as well, too. So tomorrow, so this is the forecast from today. Now, if I go over here and switch it to night 1 and then day 2. So here's day 2. And Environment Canada has this region from Barrie and Orillia all the way down through London and Windsor, Sarnia, and Carden Goderich. That whole area does have a tornado risk mentioned. Tornado risk, yes, from Environment Canada. And then the whole area, so that was their like C area, and then their D area covers Niagara through the GTA, all the way up to Quebec and just misses Ottawa from Environment Canada, just missing Ottawa, but does include Kingston, Peterborough, all the way through the GTA. And so that one doesn't have a mention of a tornado risk, but it does have a mention of 90 to 100 kilometer an hour wind gusts for tomorrow. So let's go back to today, which is this one. And they had a busy couple days. Severe thunderstorm warning for Chatham, Kent now. Minor rotation near Lake Nipissing, says Dalton. Maybe. It's worth watching this. I mean, this is like the area. So now it's inside of Environment Canada's forecast that mentions a tornado risk. And it's getting closer and closer to the VTP as it crosses through the North Bay area. All right, let's make the window bigger again so it's easier to see. By the way, if you're watching this on your phone, can I make this even bigger? Oh, I can't. It just gets ridiculous with the top and bottom. Okay. If you're watching this on your phone, turn your phone to the side. It's much easier to see. Good. Good. Can't take me anywhere. Sorry. I do, in a classic Ontario Stormwatch fashion, I do have a banana. Amy says the VTP or the STP was 10 out of 10 in parts of the States. Yeah, they've been getting some ridiculous tornadoes lately. Okay. Yes. 1 second here. Let me just refresh this. Okay, so that's your heat warning. I should get rid of that so we can see. Looks like there is a polygon issue. I don't know why. Oops, I don't want to turn off all. Let's just turn off heat for now. Okay. Seems to be a polygon updating issue on the admin map. It might be on all of them. We basically made an IW Pro for the CSSL. I do see those severe thunderstorm warnings in the States all the way up there. So that looks right. Let's see here. Let's go into swipe. Yeah, still don't like this storm. I hope it is not Squirrel Town. Did I see? There's a place in Manitoulin Island called Squirrel Town, not unlike Squirrel Depot in Eastern Ontario. And yeah, that big strong storm continues to track to the east, the east-northeast. I really didn't like how strong it was looking as it was approaching Manitoulin Island. And that's the current frame from 2 minutes ago. Really, really strong winds in there now. I think I might scrap the tornado potential because now I'm just seeing strong winds. I'm not really seeing that same signature I saw before. And is there still just a bunch of inhibition in place? Yeah, there's lots of inhibition in place. So, all right, I'm going to scrap that tornado potential, which I can do right here. Oh, wait, here we go. All right, let's find the tornado potential right there and delete. Perfect. Yeah, I dropped that because that signature has changed substantially. Oh, I just got an update. I might regret. Okay, that's still the same update. Okay. If I go over back to Essex County area, I see that. I see that. That's where's that? Is that up? That's Nipissing again. Okay. Yeah, we got to take a look at that Nipissing storm. Let us know what you're experiencing in Windsor. I bet you that was pretty windy. Andy says, thanks for being our max velocity. No problem. We're just going through the comments here. Calming down in Manitoulin. Thank you, Chris. I always appreciate the reports in the comments. Going through the comments and just seeing 100,000 questions is not as helpful as me going through the comments and seeing reports. Like what you're experiencing is more important than is it going to hit my town. Our Ryan Hall. I can't help but always mention no 2.0 yet for today. No, we submitted it, but it says it takes up to 48 hours to get approved, so it might take some time. I can't help but say I can't help myself. I always say, I'm not. How about this time I do? How about this time I can't help myself? There we go. I'm not going to say what I was going to say. Here we go. Finally, there's a filter in my brain. Amazing Person 3409 says some strong wind gusts on that new cell popping up in Warren, Michigan from the Detroit airport radar. Definitely one to watch as it moves towards the border in about an hour. Thank you, Amazing Person 3409. That has been our number one anonymous participant since we started streaming back in 2015. I don't think there was any live streamers. Oh, I really don't like this. Yeah. Dalton, did you go minor on that? Did you go minor? Might want to. That is definitely looking pretty good. Starting to get going. Okay, I'll do it. I'll do it. Yeah, that is right in the zone. I'm at least going to build the polygon. Wait, I'm in the wrong. Got too many going on here. Okay. I'm going to build the polygon. What are we at now? Just 1%? Okay. I'm going to build the polygon. Create track. There we go. Click on the middle of what is potentially a meso. And let's just watch how this changes. It's definitely moving northeast. What about there, I would say? I think that's about right. It's pretty much heading for the North Bay area. Are we waiting for another frame on this one? Because we get another frame in like pretty soon. I think it's worth going minor. Heading up towards North Bay right now. I don't want to make this a bit wider. Something like that. Yes. What happened to my storm track? Crap. All right, let me just hit play. All right, see what we got. Why is it doing it in Quebec? Oh, I see. But because it just touches Quebec? All right. I see. Let me bring this down just slightly. I want to see what this does first. There we go. Okay. Okay. We're carefully monitoring a storm located 22 kilometers southeast of West Nipissing. Is that right? Yeah, that's right. Traveling northeast at 89 kilometers an hour. If it maintains that speed and direction, it will reach Calendar by 5:34, North Bay by 5:35. Based on radar, the storm is potentially producing up to pea-size hail. And I do want to switch this to minor rotation. We detected minor rotation on the radar with this storm located 21 kilometers east. What? That's not right. You know what? That's a glitch. We saw that before. Okay. I'll just say the storm tracking northeast into North Bay, to the North Bay area. Area traveling. There we go. That makes more sense. In rare cases, minor rotation can produce a wall cloud, blah, 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 yada, yada, yada. Maintains the speed, yada, yada, yada. Based on radar, storms potentially producing blah, blah, blah. Radar estimates kilometers an hour. I don't know about that, so I'm just going to get rid of it. That looks good to me. Okay. Minor. And do we have a new frame? That's why it's good to have two of these windows open, because I can just jump over here and see if we have a new frame. Fancy spinning. Okay. We do have a new frame. And it has vanished. Kind of. Little something there. I am going to wait on this one. I'm going to wait. What are we at? 1%. Okay. I'm going to wait on that one. See? It's good to check the latest frame. So I'm going to hold off on that for now. While I do, let's just use the other one. Okay. Let's go take a look at this beast that is going through Manitoulin Island. My goodness. A lot of noise in there now, but there's still some pretty strong values. Let's go back down to tilt 1. Yeah. Pretty strong values there. What's going on right here? Almost looks like a little QLCS kind of. Maybe. Might just be noise. Might just be a little artifact. Something going on right there. Somebody remind me to keep an eye on that. Oh. We got 91.44 kilometer an hour winds going into Bruce Peninsula right now. There is. Let's actually save this polygon. We can do that. We have that technology. Save current. Okay. Now let's get rid of it. And if we need to bring that back up, I can just save it. So there is inhibition in place here. That's a strong enough little signature with a dynamic environment. I'm going to say severe thunderstorm potential for that one, I think. That inhibition is making me be like, are they elevated? Let's do a little. We got a storm track right here. It's perfect. Here we go. Storm track is completely going the wrong way. Okay, I have to build a track. Create track. Click on this. Go back 2 frames. Click on that. We've got our track. Look at a bam. All right, so let me just click away. Why can't I click the track? Why does it hate me? Refresh that. A little bit buggy in our admin panel here, but because it's kind of a new thing. Let's see here. Create track right there. Let's go back 2 frames to meow. There's our track. Okay. And then edit track. No, leave that. Then There we go. Custom track. Perfect. Now we got it. Okay. Let's build that out a little bit on both sides. Something like this. Make sure we got the latest frame of it coming in. And we make it a little skinnier. Like that. Looks good. Like that. Okay. Saying radar estimates wind gusts may reach severe levels, but it's possible this storm is elevated off of the surface and not able to connect those damaging winds. Nonetheless, please keep an eye out. With this storm, wind and hail risk looks good to me. Good. And I'll send it to 421 people that live in that little pocket of Bruce Peninsula. There you go. Okay. I'm going to save this polygon too, because I might want to bring it back if that storm increases in intensity. Channel. Okay. What? We've gone to a VTP of 4 in Quebec. Why am I not? Should I be alive in Quebec too? Yeah, where do we got? Instant weather, Quebec. All right. Okay, and save. There we go. We're live in Quebec now. Cool. Okay, so we've got a 4, which is starting to get pretty potent. We do have an update now. Let's see what's going on for North Bay here. Yeah, so I never posted that notification because this is still looking pretty nasty. 94.68 kilometers an hour. Could have a tiny little microburst going through, about to go through Lion's Head here. Old Woman's River, Parker Landing, Spry. 94.68. Ferndale. This isn't Bruce Peninsula. Lion's Head. Yeah, this is probably going to go right through Lion's Head. Straight down to street level here, shall we? Yeah, that's probably going to go right through Lion's Head there. So let's hope it's elevated. I mean, there is inhibition in place, but that might be more of tornadic inhibition and not necessarily inhibition that is affecting damaging wind gusts. The CO2 in this room is now at 1281. Maybe I should drink some water to counteract it. I don't think that's the thing, but I'm going to do it anyways. Everybody drink water if you got it. Let's go. Unless you're allergic to water, which that might be a thing. I don't even know. Is it a thing? Does anybody know if that's a thing? Yes, VTP stands for Violent Tornado Parameter. We got a VTP of 4. The Violent Tornado Parameter is at a 4 now in Quebec. We just went live on our Quebec page, Instant Weather Quebec. Hello to all those joining from Quebec. Yeah, so 4 right here. The particular areas would be east of. I don't think I have this working today. We're gonna find out. but I don't think so. Let me see if my properties are proper. Capture audio. Yep, yep, yep. I don't think it works, but let's find out. No, I broke it. Okay. Anyways, my pronunciation tool does not work, so bear with me. Little storm moving in from the Grassy Narrow area, Boot Camp, Fire Ranger Camp, Winnoway, right near La Force, my new favorite town. La Force. Probably not even how you pronounce it, but I'm going to pronounce it La Force because I like it that way. Windsor only has high winds. Can you check Windsor? Yeah, sorry, I can go back down and check Windsor now. See what these. Only a 0.1% tornado risk, which basically means close to zero. But yeah, some really strong winds on that storm, it looks like. And look at that too. That went right there. Wow. Yeah, the East Windsor area, 107, 113 kilometers an hour on that part of the storm. Wow. That really kicked up a notch there. All right. Yeah, that is strong. Going that's going over Lake St. Clair right now, I believe. How windy was that, Windsor people? Is that pretty darn windy? Windy? That's right. Windy. I'm going with it. Am I going live tomorrow? Probably. We'll see what happens, but it seems likely. Environment looks pretty interesting. If something pops tomorrow, like the environment's going to be really strong. So if something pops up tomorrow, I mean, we're expecting there to be storm development, but if there's storm development in the right place at the right time, the environment is going to be very strong. But there's other models saying that there's going to be not much storm activity. So we'll see what happens. One of those. It seems fairly plausible that we're going to go live tomorrow. 8% tornado risk on that Manitoulin cell. 31% total severe. 25% severe wind risk on that cell. And that's the one going. Now it's moving east into Killarney. Still see some really potentially high values on that cell. Strong winds. I don't know if we're seeing a tornado risk on it right now, but we are seeing interesting high values from IW storm risk there. Storm going through North Bay. It's kind of right in the prime time area. The prime time location for Environment Canada's forecast. You can see with that line that mentions a tornado risk. So getting close to that area, but the strongest tornado parameters are definitely to the north. Definitely up here near Temagami, over into parts of Quebec. It's raining sideways in North Bay. Yeah, I mean, it looks pretty darn windy. Canadian radar is a bit tricky, though. Doesn't give us the whole picture sometimes. That's why we need a radar engineering team to help with that. All right, now the CO2 level in this room is at 1303. I have a fan that I can turn on. It might be a bit noisy. Let's see how. You know what? We're gonna do a test here. Let's see how good this noise canceling is. We've got noise removal. I'm gonna turn it on. All right, I'm gonna jack it up here. I'm putting it to full. So this might sound a little weird. It's got that weird kind of like noise cancellation vibe to it. And do I have it turned on as well? If I turn it on there, and I also turn it on, okay, I've got it turned on. I'll turn off echo cancellation because Brendan's not even on stream right now. When he gets back, I'll have to turn it back on. I can turn on stereo audio, so that should be better. And then, give me 1 second here. I'm going to turn on the very loud fan that's going to suck air out of this room. Just a sec. All right, the question is, can you tell? How good is the noise canceling that I'm using? Can you tell that I just turned on a really, really noisy loud fan? Actually, this one's, it's pretty good because when I turn on the air conditioner, pretty much is just as noisy. So you probably can't tell. Maybe you can tell. Didn't hear a thing. Okay, I'm going to turn it off so you can see how loud it is. It's really loud. You ready? Okay, I'm turning off, barely hear it. Okay. So if I go to audio, I'm going to turn off reduce mic background noise. So that's one version. You might be able to hear it a bit more. And now I'm going to turn off the NVIDIA version. Okay. So this is how loud it actually is. I'm sure you can hear that. Now I'm going to turn on the noise canceling again. And then I'm going to turn on that noise canceling. So I got double noise canceling. So how's that? Is it better? Could you hear, you couldn't hear it? Even when I turned it off? What? Huh, all right. Okay. Couldn't hear a fan. What? Okay. Well, let me turn the noise canceling off for a bit. I'll turn the strength down. There, that's probably fine. All right, good enough. Back to the weather. I don't like what's going through Lion's Head right now. 93.24 kilometers an hour? Is any of that reaching the surface? Because if it is, it's probably pretty nasty in Manitoulin Island right now. Let's go take a look at our friends in Essex County. Still don't like the wind signatures I'm seeing here. Is this legit? 123 kilometers an hour near Tecumseh? What? Is that just because it's far from the radar station? I sure hope so. How is it in Tecumseh? Oh boy. Gotta remove some people. It's legit. It's bad in Tecumseh. It looks pretty crazy on radar. That's not good. Yeah, that's a problem. Is that my boy Dominic? Yeah, what's up, Dominic? Yeah, Dominic might do some storm spotting in eastern Ontario. 124 kilometers an hour. Is that correct? I hear a lot of people are camping right here, so that is horrifying. St. Clair Beach. It's intense right now. Is there a chance for a tornado? Well, this doesn't look like a tornado signature to me. This looks like a microburst downburst. But if there's 124 kilometer an hour winds, or even close to that, reaching the surface, then there's trees falling. That is not good. Yeah, it's fast in Tecumseh. Lights are flickering. St. Clair Beach right now has 124.92 kilometers an hour. What is happening? That is not good. I really hope everybody's staying safe in the Lakeshore area, Tecumseh area. That really kicked up a notch. Look at that signature. Wow. Wow. I mean, yeah. Like, who cares what it's classified as? If there's winds that strong, you're not like, is it rotating? Or is it just throwing the tree straight at me? Or is the tree spinning as it's coming towards me? Like, no one cares at that point. When the winds are that strong, it's like, let them classify it after. In the moment, it's bad. Those really, really strong winds are now east of Lion's Head. They're still cooking pretty strong. 97, 99 kilometers an hour now out over Georgian Bay. How was it in Lion's Head, by the way? Anybody from Lion's Head? Should Essex County be taking shelter? Not unless you're in Tecumseh area. Everybody else seems to be fine from what I can tell. But, I mean, there are more storms on the way. But that area right there is really strong. 24% severe wind on that. There is some really strong. There is some gusty winds elsewhere. Actually, Maidstone, 99. So yeah. But if you're in the south, if you're over by Kingsville, Leamington, right now, nothing as strong. Really, really strong winds heading over Lake St. Clair, though. So if you're northeast of Lake St. Clair, keep an eye out for that. It's going to get pretty darn strong. Yeah, and that storm heading out over Georgian Bay is going to head to the northeast, probably up towards Parry Sound, maybe up towards Britt. We do have this very strong storm that went through Manitoulin Island. It's got that vibe. It's got the long, lengthy wind vibe. It's got kind of a bow to it. This is moving to the north. That's moving to the east. It's got quite a look to it. And that is probably going to be... Let me turn up my speed here. Yeah, that's heading straight to the northeast, so it's going to be going right towards Beaverstone Bay, Killarney. It's basically in Killarney now. Yeah, if you're in Killarney, let me know what's up, if it's safe to do so. Windsor is just fine, just a thunderstorm here. Yeah, it's past Windsor now. It's long to the northeast of Windsor. Let's go take a look at that North Bay storm again. We've got a lot of areas to watch here. We also want to keep an eye on Quebec as well. Looks like the Callander area looking pretty interesting on that storm. 81 kilometers per hour. Yeah, a little outflow boundary on the front of that storm. That just went through Manitoulin Island. I wonder if this fan's going to suck any of the CO2 out of this room. Maybe. We're going to find out. I guess it's just going to suck up the oxygen, too, so. Fairly potent storm developing here in Quebec. At Fire Ranger Camp area. Again, we see a violent tornado parameter of 4. Yeah, so we've got a few storms to watch here. We've got what's happening down here in Essex County. Heading through Lakeshore and Tecumseh. I think that's probably the most problematic area, but it looks like it has moved off to the northeast, so that's good. Yeah. Yeah, it looks like it's right over Lake St. Clair now. So Lake St. Clair, if you're on Lake St. Clair right now, it's probably brutal. And that will be heading up towards Wallaceburg as well. I understand. Okay, so... Sorry, just scrolling through your comments. Frosty says, weird, honestly, I'm on the river. It's usually crazy, but this time it was windy for 3 minutes and nothing. Maybe 70 kilometers an hour. Okay, well, that's good. So maybe it's elevated. Steve says, if I had $1 for every trampoline that lands in my backyard, I would be rich. Feels like we're a car wash in Essex. "96.5 kilometers an hour on the latest gusts from the Windsor airport." 96.5 kilometers an hour. That went through Windsor. That's going to bring down some trees. That is a problem. And that's heading over now over Lake St. Clair. Maybe where you are in Lake St. Clair, it's not right in the heart of this, but this produced 95.6 kilometers an hour wind gust measurement at the at the Windsor airport, which is right about here. Okay. So that's strong. That is definitely severe. I need 90 and above. Bro, we had a microburst. Yeah, I'm sure you did. That's what it sounds like. Microburst, little downburst there. I hope everybody stayed safe because that's really strong wind gusts. So that's interesting. You see some people, they're like, yeah, it wasn't too bad. You see some people are like, it's crazy. And then you actually get a reading of 96.5 kilometers an hour and you're like, okay, that's not great. By the way, every single live stream, without fail, we have a small but vocal group of people that message us and say, I asked you about if there was going to be any storms in my town, and you did not answer me. And I asked several times, and people that genuinely get upset with us over this. So there are 3,833 people watching this live stream right now. That's what it says on the platform. 3,852. And that's from all the different Facebook pages. That is from, all the different Facebook pages we're on. That is from YouTube, and that is from Twitch. So you combine all this together, and it says we have 3,800 people watching the live stream. So it's a little difficult. It's a little difficult to get to every comment. 110 in Tecumseh Station. Where did you get that measurement? Let me go check the. I'm gonna go check the CSSL site. 1 second here. Mm-hmm. Okay. I'm just gonna go take a peek. 1 second. I don't see a station in Tecumseh. Maybe you've got like a personal station? Yeah, 96.5 was the strongest. But I don't see a station on the Mesonet. So is that just a guess? Are you just guessing? I can only protect so many towns with my nunchucks, says Mike. Our boy Mike there with his nunchucks and all the super chats. Appreciate it. Very kind of you. There was no clouds and 20 degrees. I don't know where you're located. I saw it on Facebook. Can you let us know, Logan, where on Facebook you saw that 110? The power's out there. Looks quite windy. Let's see here. I think the CO2's going down. This fan might actually be working. We did go live on our Quebec page as well. I thought we did before, but I don't think that it worked. Okay, let's get back to looking at the radar, because that's the important part. We still got really strong winds heading out over Georgian Bay right now. You can see this pocket of 98-kilometer-an-hour winds and a hail core here on this storm that just went through the Bruce Peninsula. If anybody's telling me in the comments how it was in Bruce Peninsula, I keep missing it if you have told me. So if you are in Bruce Peninsula, let me know what you experienced. If you can, because I'd like to know how wild that was. Crazy winds just hitting Bell River. Thank you very much. I'd like to know what you experienced. But yeah, so that's moving. So we're going to have to mention to probably Britt, Point of Barrel, Ojibwe Island. We're going to need to find out what's up. Because it's heading that way, and it's looking pretty strong. Okay. The storm east of North Bay, heading into parts of Quebec. I believe that Dalton has put a polygon around that one, heading over towards Let's see here. Heading over towards Mattawa. That's Mattawa, Ontario, I believe. Yeah, I believe so. And then it's eventually going to head over into Quebec. Oh, Vanessa just became a new YouTube member. Thank you so much, Vanessa. Appreciate that. Very kind of you. Thank you to all those who have become YouTube members. Thank you to all those on Facebook who have sent in stars. It's like a tip jar. We really appreciate it. It does help a lot. Need an HVAC system. Maybe. Probably down here. I'm concerned about the room you're in, Adam. Why is the CO2 level so elevated? I'm just down in the basement. I just need to... I have a window here. I just have it, like, closed down so that the air conditioner thing can work. Anyways. Because it's, like, one of those, like, air conditioners with, like, the, you know, the big tube comes out the back of it. And so, I don't know. I need to, like, install some Velcro there maybe or something so it's really easy to just crack the window. But it's also pretty warm. It's, like, what, 30 degrees outside, right? Oh, it's only 24 right now? Oh, no, it's 32. Okay, so, sorry, 24 in this room. 32 outside. Yeah, so... That's one of the reasons I don't want to crack the window. The CO2 is going down. 1218. My fan is working. Okay. This is the area of hold on a minute. Hold on a minute. Are you seeing that? Do you see what I see? There's a storm right in the violent tornado parameter bullseye in Quebec. This is northeast of Temiskaming, Ontario. Right here. I don't know how to pronounce this. Belletterre. Somebody help me. Yeah, that storm right in the VTP bullseye. If you look at it from the Brit radar from afar, it's got an interesting signature up high. 106 kilometer an hour. Signature from way, way up high in that storm. And so if we go back to CSLA, thank you, Mel. We're on that. It's got 79 kilometers an hour here. Let me just go. I want to go up higher in the storm. All right. That's one to keep an eye on, I think. Oh, Alana, what's up? She says Belterre. So east of Belterre on Quebec. That storm is a concern. Storm over Georgian Bay right now is a concern. Heading over towards Brit, north of Parry Sound. This storm that is heading over Lake St. Clair. The Detroit airport radar has really caught on to how strong it has been. It nailed it as it went through the Windsor airport, where it picked up a 96.5 kilometer an hour wind gust, which is not good. Let me just refresh this here. Aha. Polygons are fixed. There we go. You can see the severe thunderstorm warning from Environment Canada. Let me turn off the heat warning so we can just focus on the severe stuff. Oh, the heat is off. The heat is off. Okay, so that is the opposite of how that song goes. So this is the severe thunderstorm watch. Yeah, that's right. Okay. Now, what are they saying in the watch here? Just want to see. Toonie size hail, 100 kilometer an hour wind gusts. All right. And they've got this all in a severe thunderstorm warning. Perfect. Polygons are back. Yahoo. So I can now see. Leave it up to Adam to turn everything into a song. That's correct. I see. We got this notified and minor rotation on that one. Okay, good. Dalton went minor rotation on that one. I think that's a good idea. It's in prime time zone. It's got that look. It's got a 3% tornado risk on it now. This is east of North Bay we're talking about. I'm going to turn off the fill here because the fill is sitting on top for some reason. Yeah, I don't like it sitting on top. There we go. All right. And we still have that bullseye VTP up here in Quebec. SKNZU TTV says, hey, are you guys partnered with Environment Canada? We're not officially partnered with Environment Canada. Obviously, we send reports to them all the time. And so, and we've talked to many of them, especially about new upgrades that they're doing to their system in the next few days that we'll be able to talk about more. Currently, it's under embargo, which means we're not allowed to talk about it. But we will eventually get there. Wow, really strong winds west of Sarnia here in Michigan, 119. 119. Wow. Looks like damaging wind risk polygon has been sent out by Dalton. Thank you so much, Dalton. Appreciate it. Oh, you added that. Thank you. Okay, cool. Yeah, he added a polygon for this area. It should show up pretty soon. And we see this really, really strong winds in Michigan heading northeast. It looks like they may miss Sarnia. They're going to come close. Could get pretty nasty in Sarnia, actually, with that. Yeah, so I realized, you know what? I can't take this inhibition as wind gusts are not going to reach the ground. I shouldn't even consider that. This inhibition is referring only, it's the VTP version. It's like this inhibition is talking about tornado risk. So if I flip this over, I gotta remember that. I gotta keep that in mind. Here's the derecho composite. What's the derecho composite up to? A 6. Okay. That seems high. If I go over to the supercell composite, that gives us a better idea. Whoa, we're up to a 16? A 16 supercell right now? What? My voice hasn't hit a note that high in a while. So the VTP is really strong up here, but we've got a 16 supercell bullseye just northeast of Britt. Wow. 16? When's the last time we saw a 16 on the live stream? Honestly. Joey says 24. Dang, he keeps his house at 19. It's actually not bad down here right now. It's 24, but the humidity is really low. It's like 33. 16, what does that mean? That means we got a pretty strong supercell environment. Sunny and a bit sticky in Ottawa. Thank you so much, Another Squid. Appreciate you being a member for 12 months on our YouTube community. Thank you so much. Yeah, you can see some big hail with that 16. Well, there's a 16 here, and there's a big storm cell coming in from the west. Remember the one that went through Manitoulin Island with that wild signature? It's got an outflow boundary in front of it. It's probably producing some pretty strong winds right now. And it's heading right towards the 16 supercell. So the Britt area right now. French River, Bing Inlet. Got a lot of family up there. It's going to get real nasty in that area with that storm coming in. Super, super nasty. I don't like the look of that at all. I think it's about time for a polygon on that one. Actually, yeah. Also, there's the storm over Georgian Bay heading that way, too. And that one's got a really strong signature on it, 97 kilometers an hour. So there's a severe thunderstorm watch for this area, but there's no warning. And there's a supercell of 16. That's the strongest environment I've seen, strongest supercell environment I've seen in a long time. Supercell means rotating storm, by the way. But it's funny the VTP isn't that high there. Let's see here. How could it be a 16, but the VTP is only a 0.5? What? Hold on, I need to check something in the background. Yeah, no, that's what it is. That's wild. Oh, but the fixed tornado parameter is a 3. Whoa, I didn't see that one. Let's go to the fixed Look at that. We've got a red 3 right there. And that's right over North Bay as well, too. I guess we just got to keep a solid eye on it. I want to do a polygon for them. So far, the winds over the water are not too wild. Let's do storm relative velocity. So noisy. All right, this particular storm right here, I don't like the look of. The one that's heading over Georgian Bay right now, heading up towards those areas. Going to do a polygon for that area shortly. I want to take a look at what's happening down here near Wallaceburg. Let's take a look from the Exeter radar. Let's see what's up. Yeah, some really strong values from Exeter. And really strong signature over here. Cross your fingers that doesn't hit Sarnia. That's going to be real close. Sarnia's going to be right on the... Actually, although this is probably going to affect Sarnia, and that's 95 kilometers an hour. So the part that is really concerning is just going to miss Sarnia. Over here near Emmett, Michigan, heading northeast, right? Look at this. You did not want that. That's basically what Tecumseh just had, 127 kilometers an hour. That is just going to miss Sarnia. But Sarnia could see some strong winds on the bottom side of the storm. What's with the shape going on here? What's going on here? I'd like to see if there's any... Can somebody Google the PHN airport? We can all work together on this. Ready? Can somebody... can somebody Google the PHN airport and see if there's any wind gust readings from that airport? That's the PHN airport in Michigan. We gotta add all these weather stations. I'm gonna do that. Work on that soon. So, gotta collect them all. There's a lot of work to be done. The St. Clair Airport. Thank you very much, Elena. Yeah, the St. Clair Airport. Someone said Port Huron, St. Clair County. Yeah, somebody take a look and let me know if there's any gusts on that. I want to see what's about to go into Sarnia. Could get pretty windy heading into Sarnia right now. Not as windy as what's just northwest of Port Huron. Good. Good. Yeah, no, see, I don't like this now. Look. Is this going into Sarnia? 101 kilometers an hour? Hold on, I'm going to see Dalton. Dalton's got to do it, Sarnia. I'm gonna ask Dalton to do a polygon for Sarnia, just because I think there's some pretty strong winds on the bottom side of that storm. Again, not as 8 knots, 46 minutes ago. Yeah, well, 46 minutes ago doesn't help me. Is that one of those? Is that one of those like once every hour updates? It's rough. Drives me nuts. Some stations do every minute update. Yeah, if it's 40-something minutes ago, that's not helping me. And that's not your fault. I'm not blaming you for that. You went and looked for me. I appreciate it. I'm blaming the weather station for not updating more. Smith's Landing, SRV via Brit Mezzo, says Seth Manka. SRV, Smith's Landing. Where's Smith's Landing? Is it over here? Oh, I see it. Yep. Is this what you're talking about? Oh, yeah. We've got that in minor rotation. I think that's a little more than minor. Mattawa area. I'm a bit concerned with what we're seeing for you. Oh, yeah. Let me take a look at that. Yeah. I'm going to notify Mattawa. Oh, he's already got a minor rotation on that. That looks more than minor, though. Looks more than minor. Okay. Dalton's going to do that one. I'm going to update this one. There's also this. This is interesting. Yeah. And that's right in that SIG tour. I just saw a video from Leamington of what looks like a gustnado. I think that's a gustnado. That's not an official tornado. It's like on the gust front. I didn't see the video though, but that's what it looks like. But I've been wrong before on that. Remember that day with a bunch of gustnados that ended up being tornadoes? I've been wrong before on that. This I don't like, though. This I don't like. It's not a Gus. It's a gust. Gust with a T. Gustnado. I don't like the look of this. We already have a minor rotation polygon on it. But yeah, I don't like the look of it. So let's go create track. Click right here. Right at the peak of the mezzo. Back one. It's right there. And there is your... I don't like the look of my track. Darn it. Gotta refresh. Cool look at the little spinny thing, though. Let's go to SRV. Okay. It's more like here. Maybe? I think so. All right. I'm going to make these polygons bigger by default. I always find myself making them bigger. We're about to get a frame. We already have a minor rotation on it, so we're about to get a frame. So I'm going to wait for that frame. Normally I wouldn't, but we already have minor rotation on this. So I'm going to just see what the next frame brings, because that's going to change probably how I word this. That's the 559 frame. Let's save this. Let me just flip over here. The 606 is done. Okay, here we go. Yeah. That's looking pretty good. What am I doing here? Too many things. Okay. Okay. Yeah, I don't like the look of that. So let's go right about there. Also, I want to look at this. Okay. I think I'm going to stick with minor rotation on that. The ADHD takes over when it's just him and the team. I can only imagine trying to address all 3,800 people. I've scrolled through the streams of 15,000 people. It's insanity. Thank you so much, Melissa, by the way, for all your help. Sorry, just looking through the comments here. Okay, yeah, I'm definitely seeing rotation there, so... We already have minor rotation on it, though. This is still interesting. It's at a weird place in the storm, but it's definitely rotating. Yeah, let's hold on to the minor for now. One more frame of minor. What are we at now? It's only at a 1% tornado risk on it. One more frame of minor. I bet you that changes in the next frame. Only look we can take a look at this at was Brit. Brit's all we got. Brit's all we got. Definitely some hail in there. Yeah, so if you're in the Mattawa area, that storm is probably pretty nasty. Let's go back down and see what's happening in deep southwestern Ontario. Do we have every single storm track turned on? All tracks. No. Nearest radar. We don't need every track. Okay, let's see what's up. What's going on down here? I got to turn off all these alerts. Drive me nuts. Somebody remind me to turn them back on. There's just too much noise on the map. I just want to see the radar. Driving me nuts. Okay. Yeah, I think the Leamington area, it looks like we saw a photo of what looks like a gustnado. I'm not seeing a rotation there, so that sounds about right. Let's go to Detroit radar. Pretty strong winds heading into the Sarnia area. Radar is talking about 99.36 kilometers an hour. Is that right? I hope that's an artifact. Yeah, Exeter radar is really showing some strong winds heading into Sarnia right now. 97 kilometers an hour into Sarnia. I don't like the look of that. Sarnia is getting hit pretty hard with that storm and didn't even get the strongest part of it. The strongest part of it went to the north at 107 kilometers up here. But still, you can see all this like really, really light color. There's some really strong winds heading into Sarnia right now. So Sarnia needs to be taking shelter with that storm. Our team member Miranda is in that area. And hope she's staying safe. Oh, boy. We've got some big polygons here. Take that off. There we go. I'm bringing Environment Canada's polygons back. Let's see what the severe thunderstorm warning for Sarnia says from Environment Canada here. We've got look how much Sarnia's got going on right now. Here's the forecast. Here's the damaging wind polygon. Here's the live stream notification. There's a heat warning, a severe thunderstorm warning, another severe thunderstorm. Why is there two severe thunderstorm warnings? Hold on a second here. Aha, I see why. I understand now. Those are both 608. Yeah, okay. I see what's happening. I mean, you might be getting double notifications for that. We're updating our system to take in multiple data sources, and they're supposed to call deduping, which means no duplicates. But the deduping might be a little off, and that's why you might be getting double notifications. Two severe warnings for London too. Yeah. It's because one of them's we're deduping. Anyways. Sorry, we're not deduping properly. That's why. We need to dedupe properly. Once we dedupe, then you'll have less dupes. Okay, anywho. 2's better than 0. 90 to 110 kilometer an hour wind gusts is what Environment Canada's got for Sarnia, the Sarnia severe thunderstorm warning. What radar am I? I'm not looking at any radar. Okay. I need to turn off the fill, though, because it's annoying. There we go. Yeah, really strong winds heading into Sarnia. Really strong winds tracking this way over Lake Huron. And which way are they going? If I am not mistaken, they are heading straight for Goderich. Bayfield, Goderich area. Those strong. Let's hope those die down a bit, because right now they're 113 kilometers an hour. So you've got a long ways until it hits, but we'll see what it does over the lake. What's going on over here now near North Bay storms? Tornado percentage up to a 3 now with that Mattawa storm. Still a bit messy on SRV. I mean, Canadian radar is messy in general. It's definitely a mezzo there for a few frames. So this could be rotating. It's probably got some big time hail here in Matawan and heading over towards Mattawa. And this is eventually going to head towards Ceramic in Quebec. This is crossing the border into Quebec right now, near Smith's Landing area. So if you're in that area, you're going to want to be keeping a close eye on these storms. This is an interesting section right here. What is this one at here? 10% tornado risk on that cell. Okay. That cell's gone up to a 10% tornado risk. And yeah, there's some interesting pockets here. Let's go to tilt 2. Ooh. This is interesting right here. Let's see what that looks like in storm relative. Ooh, okay. Okay. Actually, that's a mezzo on tilt 1, mezzo on tilt 2, mezzo on tilt 3, mezzo on tilt 4, tilt 5, tilt 6, noise, 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 noise. All the way up to tilt 17 we have on Instant Weather Pro. Let's see if there's that mezzo exists before that. Yeah. I don't like the look of this here near Bonfield. And storm relative velocity gives us the option of actually, gives us a better idea of seeing rotation. And we've got a 9% severe risk, 9% tornado risk from IW storm risk on that cell. I don't like the look of this storm. I'm going to notify it right now. Hold on, I'm going to tell Dalton here. I'm notifying Bonfield. Yeah, like to be proactive with these things because they get going quickly. Okay, I'm going to take my polygon from over here. Actually, no, I'm not. I'm just going to refresh. Okay, refreshing. I just like watching the instant weather spinning radar thing. That's cool. Okay. Also, the very southern tip of the storm is a little bit of action. Up to 10% tornado again on that storm. There's a couple of areas of that storm I don't like. Let's look at it like this. Right near Powassan, tracking to the northeast, heading towards Calvin. It's actually tracking into the polygon that already exists. Actually, it is inside of that polygon already. Bonfield is inside the polygon. So that already does have minor on it. What is this? Is that a 2? I think that's a 2. All right, we're still at a 2 here for STP, not VTP. The STP is the significant tornado parameter, and then VTP is the violent tornado parameter. Okay, I see what I'm going to assume is a... I'm going to go ahead and debunk a comment here. Frank says, in general, the Thames River Valley to the west protects us from the formation of tornadoes. No, it does not. No, it does not. Maybe it has a situation where it can kind of maybe break storms up to some extent, but typically, if there's a violent tornado, it doesn't care if there's a valley, if there's a hill, if there's water, it does not care. A supercell can be taller than Mount Everest. If it's got enough strength to put that funnel on the ground, to do that vertical stretching, it does not care if there is a valley. So, no. And please don't tell people that, because it is not true. And again, you could have seen a lot of anecdotal evidence of like, oh, that storm is coming towards us, but it's split, or these types of situations. But that, if there's a violent tornado, it's going to go up or down any hill. It doesn't care. Give me just 1 second. I will be right back with you. And I'm back. Where was I? Yeah, so valleys. No. What's going on over here? Why is there like super elevated 109 kilometer an hour winds over Tecumseh? Okay, they're way, way loud. Oh, but what's going on here? What is going on? Whoa. Okay. Oh, I see why. I was using storm relative velocity. Storm relative velocity and just strong wind gusts, it doesn't jive. The only thing storm relative velocity is good for is seeing rotation in fast-moving storms, or in storms that are just moving in general. That's what it's good at. But when you go to look at like regular wind gusts with it, you're like, why is everything so weird? And you're like, oh, okay. Because I was using SRV. That's right. Gotta be cautious of that. Looks like Dalton has put some polygons out here in Quebec. Good to see. Good to see. One second here. Okay. Brit is dark? Yeah, I bet you it is. Seeing some pretty strong wind gusts in there, but nothing is really jumping out at me as ridiculous at this point. So that's good. I did want to keep an eye on that storm. Still, what are we at here? 12% tornado risk now on that Bonfield storm. Let's actually use storm relative velocity now. Okay, it's pretty noisy. Okay. Got to keep watching it. So that's SRV. Let's go back to regular velocity. We're looking at... So remember, if you're using Instant Weather Pro, when you're looking at regular... What's going on here? Why does it highlight this? It drives me nuts. There we go. When you're looking at regular wind gusts, you want to look at regular velocity. Like this. Whoa. Sarnia is getting hit with some strong winds. 91. Is there any, I'm going to look for, 1 second here. Yeah, big time hail on that Mattawa storm. Excuse me. Sorry, I'm just checking something in the background here. Hold on a second. Yeah, 83.5 kilometer an hour wind gusts reported at the Sarnia airport at 6:17. At 6:17. Yeah. Yeah, at the airport there, at the Chris Hadfield Airport in Sarnia, 83.5 kilometers an hour was reported 7 minutes ago. We'll see what the latest brings us past that. So yeah, some pretty strong winds going through Sarnia right there. I'm sure that feels pretty intense. Strong winds over here as well too, near Port Lambton. We've got polygons all over the place here. Strong winds all the way up with this line. You can see what's coming over the water here. We've been watching this one for a while, coming in from Michigan. 115 kilometers an hour, 119 kilometers an hour inside of this little pocket here. This little pocket continues to track to the northeast. You know what we should do? We should check out the mosaic on this one, which we can do if we switch over to our CSSL map, which all of these improvements are going to be coming to the regular one. Okay, so let's go to... Oh, it's really smooth. Let's go to... kilometers an hour. We want to turn off the regular radar. I see. There we go. And there we go. Okay. So let's take a look at where this storm is going. Let me just refresh this. This is basically Instant Weather Pro. We just made a version for our friends at the CSSL. And let me switch to single mode. There we go. Okay. So let's look at that storm, and let's look at the future radar of it. So this is the radar that's coming in our new app. We submitted the app today. We have to wait for approval. And, whoa, I have my speed way too high. Let's try that again. Okay, so here's where the storm is right now. It just went... The storm we're talking about is going through Sarnia, but the pocket we're talking about, that really, really, really strong pocket's right here, right? So which way is it going? Is it going towards Bayfield? Let's see. Yeah, it looks like it's heading up towards Bayfield. So that's the new super duper uber smooth radar. Isn't that nice? So sweet. Should we look at the future? Let's look into the future, shall we? So that is the storms. We're going to see some storms develop. It looks like go through the London area potentially, through southwestern Ontario as they move to the east, right? And then through the GTA. And you can see from the left what's coming. Now we see development Tuesday morning. A couple of storms pop up Tuesday morning. And do I have the whole range there? Hold on, let me see. That's the 48-hour, right? Yeah. So do we have... I think that's right. Yeah. Wait, that can't be 48 hours. There should be more. Anyways. Yeah, so we'll have to see what happens for Tuesday. Where's the rest? Lots of work to be done. Okay. Let's go back to this Instant Weather Pro. I just want to take a peek at that Bonfield storm. Yeah, Mattawa is still looking pretty strong, especially east of Mattawa now. Quite potent on that cell. Big hail core on it. And if you go to SRV, it looks like quite a bit of rotation here, too. This is just northeast of Mattawa. 5% tornado risk on it. 49% total severe risk on that cell. It's looking pretty nasty. Heading off to the east there. Let's put on the IW polygons again and make sure we got that under wraps. Oh, yeah, we got it under wraps. Let's see what he's done here. Rotation detected. Dalton's on the ball. I like to see it. Double everything. Double watch, double warning. Yeah, so the deduping is not working. We'll work on that. We'll work on our deduping. Look at these winds. Port Lambton are seeing 95 kilometers an hour from the Exeter radar. Eek. My CO2 levels are going down. 1168 now. It's good. It's good. What was that? Like 1300 at one point? Slowly but surely. I really don't like the look of this. If you are in Quebec, just northeast of Mattawa. Looking pretty rough. Yeah, that looks nasty. That looks nasty. Northeast of Mattawa right now. Sorry, I'm just reading some stuff and doing a million things. What's going on here? 10% tornado risk on this storm up here. That makes sense. That's where we had the strongest VTP environment. Let's go throw that back up again. Or do we even have that in here? Oh, we haven't added that yet? We got to add that for everybody. To go back to our min-map to see it. We got to add that for everybody. Sorry. Our apologies. Everybody should see that, which is the SPC mesoanalysis. Go to the VTP. I think it's dialed down quite a bit. Yeah, it has. It was at a 4 for a bit, but now it's down to a 1. But still, that storm is still worth watching. The one east of North Bay, east of Mattawa. That is really turning into a pretty intimidating looking meso here. Look at that. Yeah, that's looking like a pretty intimidating meso. Multiple tilts. Yep. I don't like the look of that. That was the one that went through Mattawa, and it just keeps strengthening. And so if you're anywhere near Magnasippi, is that how you pronounce it? ZEC Magnasippi in Quebec. Anywhere near that area, this is going to be a pretty nasty storm that's moving through right now. Oh, boy. Might be time for that banana. Let me jump back into the comments here. Sorry, I haven't been watching the comments as much. Clinton Goddard area is getting worse. Yeah, it's heading out that way, right? So there's a few different storms we've got to keep an eye on. Let me back out of storm relative velocity and just take a look at that storm. Yeah, they're heading into that area now. Really don't like what I'm seeing down here still over the water. This is the one that these are the really strong wind values we saw that just, I mean, they didn't really just miss Sarnia, but the strongest stuff definitely just missed Sarnia. Sarnia did get into some really strong winds, though, but that is going to head towards, looks like that's now heading towards Grand Bend, Bayfield area. Let's take a look at what Supercell's at. Yeah, Supercell around Owen Sound is actually at a 2. And our 16 Supercell has definitely dialed down. We still see an 8. Yeah, we see an 8 around Pembroke, Petawawa, and an 8 around Britt over to North Bay. How's this storm going through Britt here? A lot of noise here because there's a whole bunch of... I think there's wind farm. Yeah, there's a wind farm right here, just near the radar. I don't know whose great idea that was. Let's put a giant wind farm right near the radar station. That's great. I really don't like the look of that storm right there. That storm is definitely looking pretty strong. Yeah, and looks like we've got some pretty strong wind gusts moving into parts of southwestern Ontario here. Right off of Lake Huron. Sorry, my map is really messy. It's probably hard to read. There's a lot of stuff going on my map here. Let's take that out. Let's drop these notifications. What else can we get rid of? Let's get rid of the forecast. Let's just go raw. You know what I'm saying? We're just gonna go raw here. Just some radar, maybe storm risk, some storm tracks. Let's just look at this clean. There's some really strong winds out there. Line is creating a few pockets of very strong winds that have moved through. Especially in the stronger storms, they're going to be quite nasty. That Plimpton, Wyoming storm, looking quite strong. These are all going to be... Okay. Yeah, Miranda said, don't forget to check some webcams. You know what? We really, and I've said this before, we really need to add webcams to Instant Weather Pro here. And we will. We're going to. Yeah, I don't like that. I do not like that. Especially when I go to SRV. I mean, just look at that mezzo stand out. A big, chunky, broad mezzo here with tornado risk at 3%, severe winds at 12%. But that's going to that polygon's going to update soon, and I bet you the percentages are even higher. We just got a new radar frame, I think. Is that right? Yep. Still looking mighty dynamic there. Oh boy. I gotta do standing desk at some point. I don't think I've put this desk up in a while. I don't know if I'm gonna catch on anything. I feel like I'm gonna break things. Should I eat this banana? I think I should. I'm gonna need your collective approval of this banana. Is there a tornado warning in Chatham? I don't think so. And I haven't seen any rotation down there, so I would doubt it. But tell me if I'm wrong. Thunder's shaking the house in Plimpton, Wyoming. Thank you for the report. Appreciate it. Second round here in Mattawa. Thanks, Dan. How was that first round? That storm looks nasty. Yeah, I see your second round here. 10% tornado risk on that storm, really? Yeah, Mattawa's about to take another direct hit. It's a decent looking cell. It's cooking. The one to the northeast, though, is way stronger. 4% now on that one. 40% total severe risk. The one in Quebec. Thunder shook the house in Chatham, south side, says Julia. Thank you very much, Julia. Appreciate it. But how you doing? Everybody doing okay? Hold on a second. Let me just refresh this here.
Lak Kugnawana.
Did you catch that? And we're back. We've got translation again. How did you pronounce that? Lak Kugnawana?
Lak Kunyawana.
Kunyawana. Everybody hear that? Let me know if you heard that. Did a tornado just hit Wyoming? Some really strong winds likely did. Everybody hear that translation? Adam's new best friend. Power just flickered, says Tanya. Can you let us know? Oh, you did hear it? Okay, cool. There we go. Now I can somewhat pronounce things in Quebec. I don't think Alana's on the stream right now. She's usually great at pronouncing things. Wait, no more Adam pronouncing wrong? No, here's the thing. I'm going to pronounce it first. I'm going to ruin it, and then the model will pronounce it properly. In this particular case, I let the model do it first. I just wanted to see if it was working. Okay. Oh, Elena's listening. Cool, cool. I'm gonna refresh. There we go. 4% Tor on that one. Storm going through Mattawa looks interesting at the moment. Let's go take a look what's happening in southwestern Ontario. Got to keep an eye up here as well for our friends in Quebec. Look at all these storms. You can just see all the storm tracks. Wow. A lot of storms, a lot of strong winds. Please let me know what you're experiencing in the comments. I'm trying my best to read them all. I can't necessarily answer questions all the way through. If I just sat here and answered questions, it's a bit much. Dan says, hail in Mattawa. Thank you very much. Kanawana. Thank you, Linda. Appreciate it. Still seeing really strong winds down here. Radar's talking about 95 kilometers an hour. Can I take a look at Sudbury? I can. Give me just a minute. I just want to look at deep southwestern Ontario. Yeah, strong winds. That's pretty much what we're seeing down here. Someone said, did a tornado go through Plimpton, Wyoming? I didn't see any strong rotation. I saw some really strong winds. That was rotation. These are tricky radars. Kind of hide rotation a bit, as we've learned. So we have to be very, very careful, very cautious with them. Looks like another storm is about to go through the Bruce Peninsula. I mean, there is a storm in the Bruce Peninsula, but there's a storm that's outside of the Bruce Peninsula with some really strong winds. Yeah, really strong winds about to head right into the Bruce Peninsula again. It could be a problem for the Bruce Peninsula. Mattawa storm continues to look nasty. She just told me how to pronounce it, but I forget. I'll try again. Wait, hold on. I gotta go find her comment. Where did it go? I've already lost it. I have already lost it. Ain't nobody got time for that. Might as well just click the button and do this.
Lac Connawana.
Kanawana. Kanawana? Kanawana. Kanawana? Even Calgary text telling me how to pronounce it. Kanawana. Lac Kanawana. If you're in Lac Kanawana, kind of want to get out of there because it's looking pretty windy right now. Hopefully you're in a safe place. It's looking pretty rough. Oh. Alana says she's signing off, and Brennan says he's signing on. All at the same time. Hey! Bye, Alana. Everybody say goodbye to Alana. Bye-bye. Thank you for your help. Tree limbs down in Clinton, says Vanessa. That's not good. Ooh, that's looking stronger. That's looking a lot stronger now. East of Britt. Seeing a pretty strong gust front on the front of that line. Look at that coming out of the radar. Boom. Must have been pretty darn windy in Britt, I would think. Yeah, I bet you that was pretty darn gusty for Britt. And it's coming out strong out the east side of that radar. Dalton said, wait, we can sign off? What did we just hear about Clinton again? Hold on a second here. That wasn't good. Somebody said something about Clinton. Where's Clinton? Here, let me find it. I'll find it. Here. Clinton, Ontario. I see. Okay, here's Clinton right here. There's no storms there. What did they say about Clinton? Tree down Clinton. There's no storms. Is there like strong winds in front of it? Ooh, I don't like what's happening here. Yeah, really strong winds heading north of Grand Bend. That'd be strange. There's trees down without the storm even being there. The outflow just hit them? Yeah, maybe it was outflow. Oh, yeah, that's true. Yeah, there's that big outflow ahead of it, right? Wow. That would be impressive if it was strong enough to bring down trees in Clinton. Yeah, I could see that. That's possible. Yeah, huge gust front ahead of the line, yeah. Huge outflow boundary. Pushing in front out from the line. It's getting they call that getting undercut, right? Yeah, those storms are all getting undercut. But with that undercut, it's bringing some pretty strong winds. My goodness. Give me just 1 second. I will be right back with you. I'm back. Coco says the storm is not in Blythe, north of Clinton. It's nuts. My son offered me, Adam, on a search for another banana. That's my guess. You know what, Reg? My son knocked on the door and offered me a banana. And I said, I've already got a banana. And that is the conversation I just had. I don't know why I muted for that, but that's exactly the conversation I had. So, Reg, I think you win this one. Chance of a tornado in Sarnia? Probably not. Does Adam sell t-shirts? I would buy one. I think we do have merch available, yeah. If you go to our website, instantweather.ca or instantweatherinc.com, I think we've got t-shirts and hats and all that fun stuff. Todd says, I live in a van down by the river. Am I okay? Depends on what river, Todd. Sorry, I'm trying to read through these comments. Thank you, everybody, for all your reports. This is fantastic. My goodness. A lot of comments went by in no time. Oh, my neck. Everybody stretch it out. Let's go. We've all been sitting here for like forever. Let's go. We're stretching. All stretching. There's only so many places I can stretch. I need to do standing desk soon. I'm doing it. I'm thinking of doing it. I need to take a vote. Take a vote on the standing desk. Stretch and hydrate time. That's right. Melissa Scott knows what's up. All right, back to the radar. So this is what we were expecting. We were expecting, like, when these storms came in, they're going to turn into a big mess. And that's what's happening. So it came in strong, as we expected, and now turning into a big mess. This is exactly what the model said was going to happen. So the stuff in southwestern Ontario, which is going to turn into a blob of rain. The stuff that's further to the north, still a concern. What we're seeing going into Grand Bend right now is looking pretty strong. I'm seeing some 90s in here. Could be some damaging winds going into Grand Bend, possibly. Yeah, I see that. That from Ripley. Let me take a look. Wow. Incredible video from a farmer out in Ripley of just wild winds moving through. Wow. That's on X there. Wow. Go take a look at oh, there's another video. Hold on, sorry. Whoa. Where was that from? Hold on a second. Someone sent us a video, I believe, in I don't know if that was Ontario Storm Reports or yeah, Brendan, you might want to throw your I'm going to throw that up so we can take a look at the stuff from Ontario Storm Reports. It's starting to get pretty busy. Oh, sent to our inbox. I'm going to ask, hold on. Can you ask them to post it on OSR, please? Okay. Yeah, so the stuff going into Grand Bend right now, Port Franks, if you're camping there, it's going to be real nasty with that storm. It's coming in pretty strong. Pretty darn strong indeed. Refresh that. I did show the Environment Canada forecast for tomorrow earlier in the stream. If you want to rewind the stream to closer to the start, you should be able to do that on YouTube. These storms heading up into parts of southwestern Ontario right now are looking pretty gusty, pretty strong. If you do have reports and you are on Facebook, please send your reports or post your reports to Ontario Storm Reports is our Facebook group. We would appreciate that. We need to create a group like that for Quebec as well. That would be a good idea. Yeah, it's still looking pretty strong here for Lac Kawagana. Kanawa. Wait, what was it again? I know how to figure this out.
Lac Conyawana.
That sounds nothing like what I was saying. Are severe thunderstorms possible in Saskatchewan tomorrow? That's a good question. Ooh, what's going on here? Hold on a second. That's looking like a pretty nasty signature now. This is east of Mattawa. Looking like a pretty grumpy signature. Whoa, look at that on SRV. What is that at now? 3% TOR? That's looking pretty grumpy. Let's make sure we have everything alerts turned on. Let's see here and see what we've got on there. Yeah, that's actually back in our same polygon here that we have that Dalton posted earlier. That is for rotation detected on that storm. And that's still justified from what I can tell, because that's looking pretty nasty, actually. That's a pretty nasty mesocyclone. Yeah, look at that. Wow. What's the environment like here? I want to see the VTP here. Yeah. Yep. There's a VTP of 1 right there. We got a rotation polygon on that storm already. This is northeast of Mattawa, looking pretty nasty. Power out straight across Mattawa. That was a nasty storm. Trees down everywhere. Yeah. I mean, look at this thing. That may have been... Uh-oh. May have been a little... Was that a little TDS, maybe? That may have been a tornado right through Mattawa. Good thing we had that polygon in Mattawa. 2 polygons, one here and one here on that storm. Continues to strengthen as it's moving to the east. Trees down everywhere we are hearing reports of. That may be producing a tornado right now. It's looking quite strong. I'm going to take this storm track right here. And I am going to do tornado potential on this one because it's looking pretty strong. Yeah, that's looking nasty. I don't like the look of that. Yeah, I'd remove that miner now. Thank you, Dalton. I think we're just going to send this to Quebec. This is northeast of Mattawa, Ontario. Carefully monitor storm located 13 kilometers east of Mattawa, Ontario, traveling east-northeast at 61 kilometers an hour. Based on radar, the storm is potentially producing... I'm going to go with tornado potential just based on that report and based on the fact that we're seeing some pretty strong signature here. Tornado potential, orange. We detected tornado potential with the storm. That is just northeast of Mattawa, tracking to the northeast. Tracking to the east, northeast at 61 kilometers an hour. Based on the available data, we believe the storm has the potential to produce a tornado or may already be producing one, damaging wind gusts, arch hail, yada, 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 blah, blah, blah. Please be safe in the path of the storm. Based on radar data, the storm is potentially producing a pea-sized hail and has a history of producing up to dime-sized hail. Radar estimates wind gusts at 140 kilometers an hour. I think that's accurate because there's really high values in here. What does that say? 136? 126? Let's go back to regular velocity. It could be blocking out some of those values. Anyways, I'm going to drop that because I don't know for sure. We've also heard reports of tree damage in Mattawa. Am I spelling that right? Mattawa. Okay. 2 T's. Okay. That looks good. Looks good to me. Tornado potential. Blah, blah, blah. Yada, yada, yada. 7 people in that polygon. We don't have that many people in that polygon, but 7 people is better than none. I'm going to send that out right now. Wait a minute. Let's turn off test. There we go. Okay. Sending. Oh, only 3 people in that push notification. Well, it's better than nothing. 3 is better than 0. Is it going to send? Maybe not. Yay. Yeah, I don't like the look of that storm at all. Let's refresh that. Melissa makes a good point. She says, instead of asking what your area is expecting, please tell us what you're experiencing instead. That really does help. The best way to know what you're likely to experience is to download our free app called Instant Weather. And there's a brand new version of it. We've rebuilt it from the ground up. Absolute brand new version of it coming. Hopefully later today or tomorrow. Lots of interesting things in the environment here. Let's go to Supercell Clean. There we go. Still a decent environment up here, east of Kincardine. Some strong winds there near Paisley. Strong winds moving in with this line. Strong winds going through the Bruce Peninsula. Strong winds east of Britt, southeast of Britt with this line here, especially over here. What are we seeing here? 91 kilometers an hour. I hope that's under a severe thunderstorm warning. I'm assuming it is. We're going to find out. Yes, it is. Yeah, that whole line is under severe thunderstorm warning, especially what's heading over towards North Bay as well. This part that's going through Parry Sound right now is only under severe thunderstorm watch, so that's interesting. Interesting. Say Parry Sound might get a decent storm there. Environment Canada has not put it under warning yet, but that could change. Let's get this from a different angle here. No, nothing great there. There we go. Brendan's back. And we've got ourselves reports. Widespread severe thunderstorm warnings. That is correct. That is correct, folks. I still kind of want to do the standing desk. I'm just worried that like some cable's going to get caught and tear things down. I guess I could do it in pieces here. I could turn off my camera. All right, let me turn on my camera. Wish me luck. I'll let you know. I'll audibly let you know how it goes. All right, so far so good. Okay, it's reasonable. What's the point of having a standing desk if I don't use it to stand? Yeah, I hear you. That's valid. Okay. All right. Standing desk worked. And now I'm standing. Now I can dance. This is not how I dance. Sometimes. Okay. Lilac says, I hate having storm anxiety. Yeah, it's rough. I can appreciate that. A lot of folks in our community have storm anxiety. But, you know, we're all here together. We got you. We're watching radar. We're on it. We're letting you know what's up. So it's all good. It's all good. We got you. We got you. When do we get a new frame? Is that the new frame? Oh, boy. Yeah. I'm glad I went tornado potential on this, because look at it. Got some broad rotation there. Looks like the whole town of Mattawa is out of power. 1,590 customers affected. Pending classification. It's this storm that went through Mattawa. May have been a downburst. May have been a tornado. Based on radar, I'm thinking it might have been a tornado. Let's see what it looked like when it went through Mattawa. If I flip over to storm relative velocity, yeah. I don't know. It looks like rotation to me. It looks like a mesocyclone to me. Oh boy, I hope everybody's okay. If you are anywhere near let's try this place. Nope. How about Sherway? Board Dam? And that's another signature right there. Not as strong, though. Yeah, that Mattawa storm. Looking pretty strong.
Mattawa.
Yes, we got that. And another storm. Another storm just went through Mattawa. They haven't had enough, but this big one that went through is just a beast. 6% tornado risk on it. 25% severe wind risk. I think that second cell that went through Mattawa may have produced a brief tornado or a downburst. And we're hearing that there's trees down all over Mattawa. We heard. I don't know how big those trees were, but power went out in Tara, or power and Tara just went out. Thank you very much, Katrina. Appreciate it. Let's go take a look at those storms. A lot of storms to watch here. This particular one, southeast of Britt, got my attention. It's heading towards kind of Perry Sound area. 7% tornado risk now on that line. Could see some embedded rotation in there. Looks mainly like a wind risk at this point in time. There's some really strong winds here from Port Loring down to Whitestone, down to McKellar, tracking to the east. A bit concerned with that. The storm southeast of Port Elgin's looking pretty nasty. Yeah, this one right here. Heading up towards Owen Sound. This is the storm that just knocked out the power in Tara. And it's at a 5% tornado risk, 51% severe wind risk. We're just getting going here, folks. This is 7 o'clock. Prime time. Really, really strong winds heading towards Tara, towards Owen Sound, Meaford. All of this is under a severe thunderstorm warning. And Environment Canada says the risk is 90 to 110 kilometer an hour wind gusts. And look at the winds here. The winds through Wyerton, through Lions Head. Radar's talking 112 kilometers an hour. Yeah, and that's the closest radar to it. So super, super strong winds going through Bruce Peninsula right now. 112, 113. Wow, that increased a lot as it got to Bruce Peninsula. Yeah, really, really strong winds going through Bruce Peninsula right now. Power is flickering in Owen Sound. What is Mattawa looking like? I heard there's a lot of trees down. Waterspout heading north on Owen Sound Bay near Cobble Beach. Winds are picking up. What? Really? Do you have any photos? If it's safe to do so? Wind picking up on the west side of Owen Sound, getting really dark, and rain's coming in fast. No tornado warnings at the moment. But severe thunderstorm warnings are in place. And we're looking at really strong wind gusts. Potentially dangerous wind gusts going through Bruce Peninsula, down here near Port Elgin, head up towards Owen Sound. Not a fan of some of these storms here, folks. Got to be safe in the path of these storms, please. I don't want you out there looking at it. I want you to be safe. 9% tornado risk on this cell? What? Seen some really strong winds here near Dashwood. 95 kilometers an hour, 93. That's heading up to, that's really close to the radar station too. And that's kind of heading straight towards Hurondale area. This is all, these are blanket severe thunderstorm warnings. Severe thunderstorm warnings across a huge swath of the region. Oh yeah, Owen Sound webcam. That's a good point. I should bring that up. Actually. That's a good call. Let me do that in the background here. One sec. Excuse me. Whoa. Okay, it's the Owen Sound Harbor stream. Take a look at that. Oh, what have I done? There we go. Let's make that full screen. That is the Owen Sound Harbor cam. You can see what looks like rain here, but really you can just see the rain twisting. So we're talking about probably some pretty strong wind gusts. You can see the lightning in there. Thank you, Miranda, for that idea. Manitoulin Island. Ms. Esri says spicy. Yeah, you can really see the rain being, the storm being, I mean, you can see the camera. The camera's telling you how windy it is there right now. And that's probably going to get worse. Somebody probably saw a rain shaft that thought it was a water spout. But maybe they saw a water spout, possibly. If you have photos of it, let me know. But yeah, you can just tell by the camera that it's getting pretty darn windy in Owen Sound, and that line's coming in fast. So there's that. Let's jump back to radar here. Pretty concerned with the winds that are going through Wyerton right now. And the Bruce Peninsula. Based on the Brit radar, they are cooking. I'm talking 105 kilometers an hour, 103. Really, really, really strong winds here. Trees can come down, folks. You got to be careful with these storms. You don't want trees falling on you. Look at that line coming into Owen Sound there. And there's still supercell right there, which means there's still, just as simply, there's still a pretty decent environment moving in that area. Still no severe thunderstorm warning for the Parry Sound area. I'm pretty confident that's going to change, but we'll see what Environment Canada does with that one. Still don't like the look of this storm that went through Mattawa. Possibly produced a isolated tornado through Mattawa, it looks like, maybe. Based on radar there, it looks pretty convincing. Maybe a downburst, but looks more like a... That could have been a downburst. Definitely got a mezzo on it. This is not true. That's because I was on storm relative velocity. Calgary Tech coming in with a super chat. Thank you so much. Got some major hail floating in Ottawa. What? Quit trolling me. Okay, let's see here. Yeah, it's pretty strong winds here, folks. Especially what I'm seeing down here near Warwick. I'm seeing 89 kilometers an hour here. Detroit airport radar is down. No. Oh, no. My son watches these his videos with Australians, and they're like, I love the way they say no. Or there's a video about it where it's like they spell it Naurgh, nar. Oh no. Oh no. I can't do it properly, but it's funny. I started a second company with some friends in Australia. By the way, that was called VirtuWeather. If you remember that, that's the 3D weather stuff we're working on. We had to take we went quiet with it because we're rebuilding the entire infrastructure and making it that it'll run on almost any device. So it's a big overhaul. We're working on it slowly but surely. The old version, you needed like a supercomputer to run the thing. It's awesome, but you needed a really powerful computer to be able to run it. But the new version, I think it's going to be really exciting because I'm excited for anybody to be able to run it. We were going to release the old version, but we're like, there's a pretty good chance a lot of people are going to be like, my computer, there's steam coming out of my computer because it's running too hot. So yeah, it was going to be a bit much. Nar. Will it be on Steam so I can play test? Maybe. I think it's just going to be a website. Watford, small tree ripped out of the ground and thrown behind their house. Oh no. Trees are coming down, folks. If you're in the path of these winds, you do not want to be getting outside. You want to be inside with these storms. Really strong wind gusts moving through parts of southwestern Ontario into parts of northeastern Ontario into Quebec. And you do not want to be out there for these. It might seem like all fun and games. It's all fun and games until trees start falling. And then it's not. Here's the webcam from Owen Sound. Actually, we can like watch this. This is cool. Oh no, is it going to let me do it? Hold on. I can see it in the thumbnail. It actually looks like a time lapse in the thumbnail. Hold on. Here, watch this. Watch the thumbnail at the bottom. Can you see it? Yeah, you can. Yeah. Okay, here we go. Beautiful day. Beautiful day. Sunny. Clouds moving in. Darkness moving in. Hello, darkness, my old friend. There we go. And then big storm line moving in. And then there's the big nasty line of storms coming in. And then what have I done? Oopsie, sorry. And then this is right when the big winds hit and boom. Okay, let's try it from there. Should we time lapse it? Let's go 3 times speed. So these are those winds coming in to Owen Sound. I went 3 times speed, but the camera was shaking this fast anyways. And that's what it looks like now. Eek. Let's throw that playback speed to 1. And let's get right to the current frame. That's the current frame right now in Owen Sound. Pretty darn windy. Jeez. That's looking pretty nasty there. Let's zoom that in. I'll make this window bigger so I can see everybody's comments better. But I can also see these reports. That's the Bonfield downpour 30 minutes ago. Thank you to Debster for that report. We appreciate it. Still seeing some wild winds here north of... I should know how to pronounce this, but... Nope. Two Rivers? I'll just say Two Rivers.
Deux rivières.
Yeah, I think Dalton went rotation on that again. I think that's the same storm. Did he win? Let's see here. Oh, is that a different storm? Okay. Excuse me. How long have we been live streaming for? 2 hours and 43 minutes. It's what we do. Yeah, those winds still look pretty nasty. And it looks like the winds are gonna get even maybe stronger in Owen Sound. Maybe. Oh, it looks like Mark Robinson from the Weather Network, he actually nailed a gustnado near Listowel. Looks like it. So for those who don't know, a gustnado is not a tornado. It's basically just the front of a storm's coming in, and underneath it you get this kick up of dirt that starts to swirl a bit, but it's not rotating like a tornado. It's just really kind of slowly turning. And that is what we refer to as a gustnado. And they can be easily mistaken for a real tornado. Let's go take a look at those Quebec storms up here. This is the rotation detected that Dalton posted about. %12 tornado on that storm. It's got a bit of a hook to it there. It's definitely an environment in place. Yeah, large power outage reported in Mattawa. We hope everybody there stayed safe from that. I think it may have been, it's possibly a brief tornado. Brennan is feverishly scrolling through the reports here. Wonder what he's getting to. Something interesting. I think he's looking for a particular report. Did you see that shelf cloud? Whoa. Wow. Whoa. Oh my goodness! I want to sit down again. I only just started the. Brennan might be able to pull that up, Dalton. I don't know. Crazy in Owen Sound and no power, says Georgine. Thank you for the report. Appreciate it. Where's Mattawa? Right on the Quebec border, east of North Bay. Thank you, Jen, for the pronunciation. Appreciate it. Try the Wasaga Beach cameras. I guess I can do that too. And I know there's cameras in North Bay as well too right now. Really strong winds there. Yeah, that Owen Sound storm, 46% severe wind risk. Wow. I hope everybody's staying safe because these winds are pretty nasty. Yeah, we're seeing gusts into the 90s there, 90.72 there. Brennan's going to bring up a video that Miranda found. Oh, someone forwarded it to our inbox. Let's see. I have power east side of Owen Sound, says 55 Karaoke. Thank you. Crazy wind in White Oaks in London, says Sue. Thank you. Cindy said I went through Leamington on Lake Erie pretty quick. Very windy, thunder, all quiet now. Thanks so much. Appreciate it. Rain started in North Bay, says Tyson. Our boy Tyson. Let's see here. No power in Kilsyth. Thank you. Jonathan Rose. Power out in the middle of Hanover. Thank you. Hydro pole down on street in Arkona. No power for 30 minutes. Fire on scene. Have blocked streets. Wind is picking up like crazy in Lissel. Hydro pole's down in Arkona. I mean, yeah. I don't doubt it. These winds look nasty. Observing some slight horizontal rotation in North Bay. Thank you, Moose Swoos. That's, I believe, rotation in North Bay, says Tyson. I'm going to go check on North Bay here. One sec. That storm does look pretty nasty. I'm not seeing anything as strong rotation on radar. I mean, you're always going to see some rotation and some movement in storms. Do you have power, says Karen. No power in Hepworth. Over 8,000 reported without power when I reported it to Hydro 1. But the Storm Center website is behind. It's not posted there yet. Thank you for the report. Appreciate it. Look at it in SVR or SRV. I did, yeah, I did. So this is regular velocity, and then this is storm relative velocity. I'm just not seeing any rotation for North Bay. So radar's not really picking up on anything strong for North Bay, other than winds. The winds are pretty strong. Substantial wind gusts, but not seeing anything super, super strong on radar. And if there was something like a supercell tornado, you would see it on radar. At least to some degree. There could always be a land spout, though. You never know. But is that the video right there? Looks like that's the video we were talking about. Maybe? Oh, no, that's Georgian Bay near Owen Sound. Those winds are pretty strong. You see it coming in sheets there. Look at it on the water. Wow. Thank you, Amy, for sharing that video with us. Kathy says the weather's more interesting than the Blue Jays game right now. Someone said, what is the circle near Temiskaming? These are called IW storm risk, and they basically estimate the risk on every storm. At least the storms that are Calgary and south. Calgary and south. North of Scone? Where's Scone? Scone. I see. Sorry, I'm just watching a video in the background here. Hold on a second. Oh, I see. No, that's probably a gustnado, from what I can tell. Gustnado, I think. Sorry, I'm just watching.
Pulling over, maybe? Oh, he's hugging the curb.
Watching some video here. Oh, that's an intimidating storm, though. I wouldn't be driving into that. You don't know if that's a gustnado or a tornado. Whoa, what's that? I think that's Scud. Hey, North Bay? Yeah, see how it's just being like dragged by the storm? I think that's probably just Scud. That looks like a false funnel. All right, an anonymous participant on Ontario Storm Report said Scud or funnel cloud. I think that's just Scud. See, it's kind of just being dragged along with the storm. It's not really like spinning. Yeah, I think that's just Scud. Thank you for reporting that, though. But today, the main risk here is damaging wind gusts, from what I can tell, other than what probably went through Mattawa. I don't like what I'm seeing east of Owen Sound. 99 kilometers an hour on radar here. Near Hoth Head, heading towards Meaford. Yeah, 100 kilometer an hour wind gusts heading towards Meaford at the moment. 51% total severe, 7% tornado risk on this. I'm not seeing any embedded rotation, but stranger things have happened. Stranger things have happened. Yeah. Yeah, I'm just seeing really, really strong winds for those areas. Everybody wants their storm. You know, if a storm does damage near you, everyone's like, "Oh, it was a tornado." And when you find out it was a downburst, you're like disappointed. Don't be disappointed in a downburst. Downbursts deserve just as much respect as tornadoes. Downbursts have caused many a injury, many a fatality. So yeah, I would give respect to downbursts. They deserve it. Still seeing some really strong winds here near Magnetawan River. Tracking to the east towards... how do you pronounce this? Let's find out.
Piersley.
Piersley. That's what I was going to say. Anyways. Didn't I make a promise that I was going to try to pronounce stuff? Microburst Monday, Brennan said. Yeah. It was almost Mesocyclone Monday. Meso Monday. But it could be Microburst Monday and Tornado Tuesday. Oh boy. Hoth Head. Thank you very much, David. Appreciate it. Why would you want a tornado? That's a good question. I wouldn't want a tornado. No, sorry. I'm not saying that people would want a tornado. I'm saying when damage happens to people, they immediately say, "Oh, it must have been a tornado," and then they find out it wasn't a tornado. And they're like, they're like disappointed for some reason. But yeah. Again, a downburst is just as dangerous. Unless it's an extremely violent tornado, then that's on another level. But kind of like weaker tornadoes and downbursts, they're kind of interchangeable with the kind of damage they can do. That's why you see downburst rated as, EF0 downburst, EF1 downburst, even EF2 downburst can be rated. And then if you get into EF3 level, you're typically at a tornado, and then EF4, EF5 is tornado only. Someone says, I think they're seeing a gustnado, but someone said they are reporting a tornado spotted between Harriston and Palmerston, Ontario. So let's go to Harriston here. Harriston, Ontario. I'll go to Palmerston. Palmerston, Ontario. Now, just because I'm not seeing anything on radar doesn't mean there couldn't potentially be some landspout risk with these storms. So where do they say between... Hit that again, Minto. There's Palmerston. Okay, and where's Harriston? Palmerston? Harriston. Harriston? What? I think they mean this area. Okay. Palmerston. Well, there's a little bit of a hook on that storm. Oh, there's Harriston right there. Palmerston and Harriston. Okay. They said they spotted a tornado on this storm. Got a 1% tornado risk on it. I don't see any rotation on radar. I think it's probably a gustnado. A lot of people are going to be seeing these, like, you see like all this dirt and all this all this dirt and dust being picked up and thrown by the storm, and it looks like a tornado. I'm just not seeing any rotation on radar, so chances are it's a gustnado. Chances are. Stranger things have happened. Dust of the gust. Exactly. To the north. Thank you, Tony. Yeah, I got that. I got it. Now, when you have 90-kilometer-an-hour wind gusts, and you have wind and you have dirt blowing around at that speed and magnitude, it's still dangerous. So don't think, oh, Adam said it's not a tornado, so it's fine. It's still quite dangerous. It can bring trees down. So you don't want to be anywhere near that. So stay safe out there if you see that. Almost due north, yeah. That storm northeast of Owen Sound, really kicking it up. 55% severe wind risk on that storm. Going into Meaford right now. That was those really strong winds we saw earlier. You're seeing that, like, yeah, you can tell. Watch. Soon you can see exactly where that frame was from. Right there. That cell. 55% severe wind gusts. These can bring down trees, folks. You don't want to mess with them. You don't want to mess with these storms. Oopsie. Clicked off of it. Still an environment there. You can still see the supercell here. Supercell of, I think, 2 there. Still got a decent environment here. I'm going to see some strong wind gusts. Good. How long have I been standing up? Because it feels a lot longer than I was sitting down. They say standing up is good for you, though. Just don't forget to walk. Constantly walking. I have another standing desk upstairs that it's just a little one. It's got like a hydraulic thing, and it goes up. I just stand at that and dance to random music. Why hasn't there been literally any comments on live chat? I don't know. Looks like there has been lots of comments. I'm seeing a ton of comments, so. Huge thank you to all those who have downloaded a free app. The new app has been submitted. So go check on that. New app should be out in the next day or two, depending on how long it takes them to verify it. Seen some really strong winds near Strong. 89 kilometers an hour. Yeah, very strong winds right here. Magnetawan area, South River. If you're in South River, if you're in the Strong area, south of Poisson, I'd be taking shelter with that storm because it's looking pretty strong. 35% severe wind risk, 11% tornado risk on that one. It's looking pretty darn strong. There is even a little bit of embedded rotation in here as well. Just a tiny bit. Could see a little bit of rotation there on that cell. Couple of little couplets right there. That right there, I think. Miranda says, I want to say a big shout out to Adam Skinner. Finally went to the mall to get himself a shirt that wasn't plaid. Actually, if you'd notice, this is all little lightning bolts. And this was given to me by my uncle and aunt. They are wonderful. Huge shout out to Charlie and Judy. I don't like what I'm seeing up here near Balsam Creek. Really, really strong wind gusts on that cell. Asking Dalton to do a polygon on this particular storm right here, on the South River storm, because I do see a little bit of a couplet there. He's going to go minor rotation on this one as it tracks towards South River. If you're in South River, if you're in Eagle Lake, strong area, be taking shelter with that storm for sure. That storm looks nasty. Let's see what's going on over here for our friends in Quebec. I'm seeing a little bit of rotation right here. Oh, yeah, it's right at that pinch point, too. Right near Grand Detour. Mm-hmm. Thankfully, that is in a polygon already. That is a rotation detected polygon on that cell. And what are we at here? 10% tornado risk on that storm as well. For our friends in Quebec. If we look down here in southwestern Ontario. Yeah, Meaford's getting some pretty strong winds right now, I betcha. I betcha. Polygon t-shirt. We'll get there. We'll get there. Lots of roads closed in Mattawa. I'm glad we gave Mattawa a big heads up there. They were, we said minor rotation. We said rotation detected. We eventually said tornado potential off of that storm, off of those reports. And we're seeing, folks are saying a lot of trees are down in the Mattawa area. Oh boy. We saw gustnados from Lucknow to Wingham. Yeah, a lot of this line, you're going to see gustnados along it. It's going to look like a tornado. It's going to look like a bunch of dust being kicked up at the surface. But that's dust coming off of the really strong winds on the gust front. That's why they call it a gustnado. Because they're not violently rotating. They're just kind of slowly twisting. And, yeah, it's tricky. Someone said they lost sound. Maybe just refresh your... Can someone tell them to refresh their stream? If you lose sound, just refresh the stream. I'm pretty sure we're exporting sound at this point. Pretty sure. Oh yeah, I forgot Brennan's live streaming me now, so I got to move myself here. Hold on a second. Oh, it's getting windy. Whoa. Every time. I'm sorry, folks. This is all I got. These are the things that I do. You can't take me anywhere, honestly. Meaford can confirm strong winds. Yeah, I'm sure, Lapooch. I'm sure. It looks nasty. Are you okay? Adam NATO. Yeah, it can't take me anywhere. Yeah, that's South River. Wow. That's looking strong and strong. I'm still seeing some weak embedded rotation here on SRV. So I think we're going to go minor on that one. That looks like we did. Thank you. I don't know why, but some team members call me Scud Daddy. Oh boy. They want me to get a t-shirt that says Scud Daddy. I don't know why. I don't even know what that means. Oh boy. Oh boy. It's turned into that kind of stream now. Melissa says, Strong Winds, Clarksburg by Thornbury. Thank you very much. Appreciate it. Yo, Scud Daddy in the house. Lots of us without power, says Pamela. Thank you very much for letting us know. Let us know where you're located. I hope everybody's staying safe. Oh no. So somebody took. I have a nice raincoat that my aunt got me at the premiere of the movie Twisters, and it was a rain jacket and it said Twisters on it right here. Somebody took it and they edited it and they added Scud Daddy instead. So I have a funny feeling Brennan's going to bring that up on the live stream at some point, but. Yeah, that Meaford storm looks strong. Looks a little bit less strong from King. Looks way stronger from Exeter. Bonnie Smith says, I am in New Brunswick. Love your show and the shirt. Thank you so much, Bonnie. I appreciate it. It's very kind of you to do a super chat. Very, very kind of you. We lost power before. It was bad here in Parkhead, Hepworth. Thank you very much, Missy. Will we have live feeds for storm spotters this year? Oh, yeah, we're working on it, actually. We've got a group of spotters that may be heading out. We're working on the details. So we're trying to get that done. So, yeah, we'll see. We'll see. If it wasn't for this comment, I wouldn't even have noticed it. Tracking the storms with Scud Daddy. Oh boy. I leave for 2 minutes and Brennan has ticker gold, says Miss Esri. Thank you, Scud Daddy Adam. Lindsay on our team says, let's never, ever, ever use those words ever again. We have too much fun over here. Our team chat is like an HR nightmare. Let's see here. I really don't like what I'm seeing in South River. 93.96 kilometers an hour. Very, very strong winds here going through South River. Tracking to the east. Very, very strong. 10% tornado risk on that cell. 21% severe wind risk going through South River and tracking to the east. Yep. Looking pretty nasty there. I see it. I see it. Looks a little bit more interesting and definitely in better rotation. Yeah, it looks a little more interesting. Could be some QLCS spin-ups there on the gust front. It looks a little bit more interesting in SRV, actually. Yeah, check out SRV down here. There is definitely something going on there. I don't like what I'm seeing east of Strong. Northeast of Burrydale? Is it Burrydale?
Berrydale.
Berrydale? I tried. All right, folks. Looks like we're into the wind. We're in some strong winds. We've got some pretty strong storms continuing through northeastern Ontario. South River area heading towards Algonquin Park right now. And we've got some pretty strong storms up here in Quebec as well, too. Northwestern Quebec here. It's hard to say northwestern Quebec because Quebec goes way up. But this is like west. I would say western Quebec. Western central Quebec. All right, Brendan, you got to find a different ticker. Please. Hey, there. See, look, that's what we're talking about. Look at those reports. Brendan, hit play on one of those videos. That is gust-nado. That is just a bunch of dirt being kicked up on the gust front there. Brendan can hit play on one of those videos. Look at this. Look at all the dirt being kicked up. Now, I can appreciate why people see this and they think tornado, because it does not look like the bottom of a tornado. It does, but it's different. It's called a gust-nado. Now, could we had a circumstance before. We had a circumstance before last year or a couple of years ago. I forget. Might have been 3 years ago. Might even been more. I don't know. It's all a blur. But we had a previous event where it looked like a bunch of gust-nados, and there was actually some embedded rotation in there, and some of them were actually confirmed tornadoes. I think we did see more rotation on radar than we're seeing today, but there was a bunch of people that posted like these type of gust-nados, and we looked at radar, and it just looked super clean, like there was no rotation at all. So in those cases, probably gust-nado, but you can certainly have embedded rotation on the edge of those, what's called QLCS spin-ups, which I believe is what we saw that day. I remember that day ended up, Dr. Sills was talking about it, some of them were hybrid tornadoes. I didn't even know that was a thing until Dave explained it to me, but they were kind of a mix between like a landspout and a supercell tornado, kind of just circumstantially happened kind of at the same time and connected to each other. So we get a lot of lake breezes around here. We're surrounded by lakes, right? We're surrounded by Great Lakes. They all have their own breezes. Even Lake Simcoe's got its own, and we have all these lake breezes that happen. And when some of them come together in weird ways, we can have some wild hybrid, landspout, you name it. You name it, we get it. And so even sometimes when radar doesn't look that impressive at all, you can have these kind of embedded landspout QLCS tornadoes. So I don't want to rule anything out with these, what we're seeing as what looks like gust-nados today, because after that one event we had where they found damage, where you could clearly see the rotation in the damage and it was clearly a tornado, that stuff is that stuff's always concerning. So Brendan's got better ticker on now. Gust-nados being reported in southwestern Ontario, and looks like a little bit of rotation here in northeastern Ontario, and some rotation up here in Quebec, south of Val d'Or. I believe it's Val d'Or. We're going to find out right now.
Val d'Or.
That's what I said. And the winds are wild today. I'd not be surprised if we saw some fairly substantial tree damage, at least some minor tree damage, but we do have reports of quite a bit of tree damage happened earlier in Mattawa, which is east of North Bay. So there's that. Excuse me. Okay. A few things I got to do in the background here. Just want to hang out with me while I work. That's cool. Appreciate it. Very kind of you all. All 2,482 of you that are on the live stream right now. Appreciate you hanging out. Want to keep an eye on this cell, this South River cell. And the one to the south of it, too. Down by Ryerson. Is that under anything? Severe thunderstorm warning, yeah. That Ryerson cell. Got some interesting values there. What's tilt 2 look like? Interesting. Keep an eye on that Ryerson cell there, Dalton. It's starting to look interesting. Another report. I saw funnel coming down quick over Mount Forest about 10 minutes ago. Report just now. Mount Forest. Down here in southwestern Ontario. Oh, excuse me. I wonder why I yawned so much during the live stream, and I realize now that I've installed this CO2 detector that it's because there's too much CO2 in this room. That's why I'm always yawning. Whoa, look at Meaford. Gusty winds going through Meaford. Wow, 101, 99. Holy. Let's go to Mount Forest here for a sec and see if I can see anything on radar. Mount Forest. Not that Ryerson. Yeah, it's right there. I thought I was close. No, I don't see any rotation on radar. Probably a gust NATO. I think so. Probably a gust NATO. I mean, it's my best guess just based on radar. I can only go by the data. I would think that's probably the case. Oh my goodness. Look at this storm going through South River. 24% severe wind, 9% tornado on this. Let's hope that this is noise right here, because this is showing 161, 158 kilometers an hour. Please be noise. Yeah, on actual velocity radar, it's got 161 kilometers an hour. What? This is near Jolly? Southeast of South River? Tilt 2 looks wild. Tilt 3, not as much, but Tilt 2 and Tilt 1 are looking super strong on that storm. 34% severe risk, 11% tornado risk on that storm. Still, the main focus is still in our polygon here. But yeah, that storm's really kicking it up a notch. It's got 95 kilometer an hour, 95, almost 96 kilometer an hour winds here. And then down here, it jumps to 161 and 158. We better keep an eye on that for the next frame here. We should be getting next frame pretty soon, actually. That's 53, and we're already at 8 o'clock, basically. 20 seconds from 8 o'clock, so that'll tell you how far behind your live stream is. If your live stream is, like, behind, hit refresh on it, and it should actually bring you closer to the real time. I don't know why it's so delayed, though. Too bad we can't have it faster. I think we can. Faster. Everything. I always want things faster. Hence the name of the company, Instant Weather. Good. Good. What's going on with the Wi-Fi? I want to keep this radar pinned on whatever I'm seeing here near Jolly. It doesn't look very jolly to me. I'm just messing our buddy Dom here. One sec. Okay, we did get a new frame on that one, and it's still looking super, super strong here. 91 kilometers an hour. Let's go to tilt 2. Whoa, what's going on with tilt 2? Tilt 2 is kind of freaking me out. What did I do? Tilt 17? No, we don't want tilt 17. Okay. I still think miner's fine here, but looking real interesting there. It's still a pretty grumpy storm. Let's go back and look what's happening down here for our friends near Perry Sound. Pretty gusty winds are moving in. A lot of folks dealing with gusty winds on this line. Really kicking it up a notch. Still seeing really, really, really strong winds near Meaford. All right. Thank you so much, Miranda. Appreciate it. Still seeing some pretty strong stuff near Meaford. Doesn't look as strong when we look at the King City radar. If you go to the Brit radar, we're seeing some really strong winds out here on that line, on the backside of that line. 100-kilometer winds on the backside of that line here, northeast of Balsam Creek, south of Temiskaming, right near a place called. Should I try to pronounce it? It's going to be so bad. I think it's Bow, B-E-A-U, Bow, and then C-H-E with a. But is it Exante Grave? I forget. There's Exante Grave, Exante, and then the house. I forget the house is called. It's been so long. And then C-H-E-N-E. Beauchamp? Beauchamp? Beauchamp. That's my best guess. Here we go. And nothing. Do we not have this location? No. We don't. Well. Beauchamp. Was I right? B-E-A-U? Yo? Just Bow, right? Can you phonetically spell it out? Is it B-O-W-S-H-E-N? Is that what it is? Somebody help me in the comments here. Beauchamp. Circumflex. That's right. Beauchamp. Accent circumflex. Beauchamp. That's what I said. All right, that was my guess. Yeah, I got it right. What's up? Beauchamp. 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 B-O-S-H-E-H-N-E. I got it right. Beauchamp. Someone said they don't get tornadoes where they get hurricanes. What? Almost every hurricane has tornadoes embedded in in the circulation. So, yeah, I don't think so. I remember we went to the Caribbean on like a cruise many years ago, and someone was telling me, I think they survived Hurricane Hugo maybe or something, and they said they were sitting there in their living room riding it out, and the house across the street just exploded and just went flying away, and I was like, that was an embedded tornado. Hurricane Milton produced 90 tornadoes. So whoever thinks tornadoes don't get, or hurricanes don't have tornadoes, you got that wrong. Really strong winds here. 97 kilometers an hour heading towards Fossmill. Yeah, that storm is still... This is probably one of the strongest storms happening right now. Northeast of South River, southeast of North Bay. So if you're halfway between North Bay and South River, are you in central something? No, you're in Powassan. Anyone know how North Bay Mattawa is looking right now? You're looking fine, but I heard Mattawa was getting hit pretty hard from that previous... Oh, no, this storm is going towards Mattawa? They've had enough. Are you kidding me? Are you kidding me? SRV is not looking great here. Are we seeing more rotation heading towards Mattawa again? That's a pretty substantial downburst. It might be going straight towards Mattawa. Are you kidding me? Leave these poor folks alone. Might miss it to the south towards Clock and de Riviere. Is that it? De Riviere? I can't.
De Rivière.
No, I butchered it. Yeah, I don't like what's happening here. Please track to the southeast. Oh boy. Twin Rivers, somebody said. Yeah, exactly. I did pretty good? No, I did terrible. But thanks for... Okay, that's it. I'm sitting down. We're going down. Catch you down there. Hello. Oh, it was 45 tornadoes. Still, 45 tornadoes in a hurricane. Yeah, I don't like what I'm seeing here. This is a substantial storm. I don't like this storm. 9% tornado risk on it still. Heading northeast, hopefully not towards Mattawa. I'm going to have to notify this. I don't know if Dalton's watching or not, but I'm going to notify this. I should ask him first so we don't do the same one. I think I might go minor on it. It's the 805 frame and it's 810, so we have like one more minute. Kind of want to see which way it's going. I can already tell which way it's going. It's going to Downburst Town. Looks like a downburst, but there could be some embedded rotation in this one. Yeah, I'm going to notify it. All right. Where am I? Right about meow. Right about meow. Looks like it's gonna go. It's gonna go right through Mattawa again. Come on. I don't want to make this wider because it looks like it's actually a pretty big swath of strong winds. I'm going to say minor rotation and damaging wind risk. All right. Apparently, I'm in the middle of it, but where you're in the middle of which? Can you let us know where you're located? Calgary, Texas. Almost every tornado has a hurricane embedded in it. That's funny. Okay. We're carefully monitoring a storm located 32 kilometers southeast of Notre Dame de Lac, Quebec, traveling northeast at 96 kilometers an hour based on radar. Storm potentially blah, 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 yada, yada. I'm going to go minor rotation. Minor rotation and damaging wind risk. Sounds about right. That looks good. Oh, no, it's going to be wrong. Southwest. Why did it do that? I see, because the storm track is backwards. I get it. It totally makes sense. I know exactly what this bug is now. 37 kilometers southwest of Mattawa. Northeast, southwest. That's right? Yeah. Because it thinks the track's going the other way. We checked this minor rotation on this radar with a storm located 37 kilometers southwest of Mattawa. Traveling east-northeast. That's right. That looks good to me. I'm going to go orange. And I am going to... that looks good. Minor rotation and damaging wind risk. And I'm sending it to 234 people in the path of that storm. Pick it a ban. All right. Well, looks like we got an update, and it does not look any better. Looks like a downburst that might be heading towards Mattawa. I'm going to save this polygon just in case I need to reuse it. I'm going to refresh this so it's clean. I don't like the look of this at all. Look at the winds on this thing. 106.92 kilometers an hour. If you are anywhere northeast of Foss Mill, northwest of Kiosk, if you're in the Calvin area, Great Desert, if you're in Mattawa again, that just got smashed by maybe a little tornado, maybe a downburst earlier. It was hard to say. It did have rotation on radar. Now there is a secondary downburst that it looks like it's going this way. It might just miss, but Mattawa's in the target zone here for a pretty beastly storm. 106.92. Seeing some embedded rotation in there too. I don't like the look of that. That's why we went minor. Getting bad in Midland. Thank you so much for the report, Mel. Yeah, I really don't like the look of that. That is really strong. Let's go see what else is going on here. Pretty strong storms heading up towards the MacTier area. Someone asked if we could look at MacTier. I'm looking at it. Looks like some pretty strong winds. See what Tilt 2 is doing around here. Yeah. Looks like mainly a wind risk from what I can tell. From what I can tell. Lots of strong winds on this line that continues to track to the northeast. It's going to be pretty darn gusty and nasty depending on where you are. This line's going to keep tracking to the northeast. It's going to go through probably Barrie, through Angus. Sorry, I forgot to zoom back in. I need a massage. A massage in like, I don't know, a year? Something. Maybe more. I don't like the storm. Wow. Tornado risk just jumped to 22% on the storms. 25% severe wind risk on that storm. Heading to Calvin and probably towards Mattawa and Rankin and Clock. And then eventually into Quebec. That storm is nasty, and it's got its sight set on Mattawa again. They already got hammered by a storm that knocked down a bunch of trees. Oh boy. Oh boy. What's going on for you, folks? Let me know what's up. I'm looking in the comments here. Let me know what's going on. No power. Let us know where you have no power. I'm in Angus, not raining, getting dark and sketchy fast. 2-0 Montreal after one period. Thanks, John. Appreciate it. I know we have a Habs fan in here somewhere. I'm sure we have many of them. Power out in Midland, says Phoenix Light. Thank you. Getting a little darker in Beaverton. Huntsville watch is over. It ended? Go Habs go, says Tyson. Game 7, I heard, yeah. Not too far from Mattawa. Yeah, be careful with that storm. It's looking nasty. Really nasty. Wind gust and Stainer, thank you. 26 was horrible coming into Stainer. Thank you, Caitlin. Very dark in Rosso. The watch ended. Interesting. We're all Habs fans now. Yeah, that's true. True. Power out in Lindsay. Thank you. Ottawa gets severe storms tomorrow. Maybe. I haven't taken too deep of a dive, but from what I remember, that forecast is pretty widespread, so it's very possible. I'm cheering for him. I haven't watched any hockey this entire season. I'm a Leafs fan, and I haven't watched any hockey. I literally didn't watch a single game, and then it turns out that was the season to miss. I've just been way too busy with working on development. It's been wild. Oh my goodness. Sweet mama. 106.2 kilometers an hour. What are we at to now? 28% tornado risk on the cell. 59% total severe risk. This is heading for Mattawa again. Looks like probably a substantial downburst. Possibly an embedded tornado. SRV is not that impressive. Something's going on here, but it looks more like probably a pretty nasty downburst. I don't know if it's going to hit Mattawa direct. It might be missing. Looks like it's the north side of it might clip part of Mattawa. I'm not seeing any warning on Environment Canada anymore. This thing's got to be under a warning. You kidding me? Yeah, it's under a warning. Yeah, this thing's under a warning. Talking about 90 kilometer an hour wind gusts. I think it's more than that now. Look at this thing. 106 kilometer an hour winds. Is there a tornado for Wasaga Beach? I don't think so. It's just really strong winds. Wind is insane in Midland. Thank you for the report. How do I upload photos? Andrew, I see you're on Facebook. Go join Ontario Storm Reports. That's what we're looking at here. We're looking at the Ontario Storm Reports feed. So go join Ontario Storm Reports. That's the place to send us all your reports. Appreciate it. Hope it misses Mattawa. So do I. They've had enough today. I can tell you looking that way, the skies are really, really dark Mattawa way. I'm 20 minutes west. Thank you, Mr. Quick Six. Storm has no respect. No, it doesn't. I mean, there's instances in like, there's examples in the U.S. where like a tornado hit a town and then a tornado went right through that same town. Like right after. So that's why I say that they don't care. Storms don't care. They're going to go where they're going to go. Winds are insane in Wasaga. Thank you so much, Cecilia. Yeah, you're breaking my heart. Was there any cameras in Mattawa? I don't think so, but I'll look. Webcams around Mattawa. Cecilia, you're breaking my heart. No, I don't see any cameras. There might be, but I don't see any. There is a downtown cam, says Slars. All right, let me try to find it here. Town of Mattawa. Okay, I'm on their website. All right. Yeah. I don't see anything. They have a YouTube channel. Does that have it? Nope, it's got a bunch of town meetings. Okay. Not seeing it. Flood status. Experience Mattawa. About Mattawa. Anybody know? Can somebody link me if you know where there's a camera? I'm not seeing it. Check to see if there's a camera on Swisha Dam. I really don't like this storm heading into Mattawa right now. It's looking nasty. What's the percentages now? 27% tornado risk on this cell. That is a rough looking storm. Wow. I looked on 511. I didn't see anything. Check tilt 2 west of Huntsville. Okay. Sorry, I'm really hyper focused on the storm right now, but it's the one that's really kicking it up a notch. Oh yeah. Oh wow. Cecilia. Yeah, I don't like the look of that. Good eye. 11% tornado risk on that cell. Let's go back to actual velocity and not storm relative. Go to tilt 2. Oh, we just got an update. I'm afraid to go look at that other storm, but we have to. Just take a look at this for a second. A little bit of minor rotation on this one right here. Oh boy. Oh, it's not as bad. Not as bad. Oh wait, that's tilt 2. Oh, tilt 1 still sucks a lot. Okay. Yeah, still pretty brutal. I think it might just miss Mattawa, like Mattawa proper. This is Mattawa here. Mattawa Hospital. I don't know if it's gonna miss. No, I think they're gonna get it. I'm just hoping they're not gonna get the strongest part of it. Like this part, I hope it goes like this way. Sorry, Rankin. But Mattawa's already had a pretty substantial storm today. We need a karaoke counter every time he starts to sing. Webcams around Mattawa. Cecilia shared a link. Hold on, I know what to do. Watch this. 1 second here. Someone said there's a CC drop in that storm. Cecilia, you sure that's a legit link? That could be sketchy. Or I don't know where you got that link from. Lucas is asking about Port McNichol. I can take a peek. Hold on. Yeah, there's just really strong winds everywhere with this line. So there's not too much to talk about in that regard. You're going to see some strong, strong winds moving through the area. I can take a look at Port McNichol 1 second here. Port McNichol. Oh, Tay? Yeah. Yeah, I mean, I don't see anything specifically standoutish. You're under severe thunderstorm watch at the moment. I'm not seeing anything stand out too substantially. Just a pretty strong gusty storm there. Decent little system heading towards Ashworth there. Something going on right there. In here. But again, I don't like what I'm seeing. Yeah, this is actually pretty strong right here near Axel Lake. 95 kilometers an hour. It's only under severe thunderstorm watch. I don't know why. I don't like this here near Axel Lake. 95 kilometers an hour. I think that's polygon time. Oh. Okay. I think yeah, I think Dalton's already on that with minor rotation. Good, sweet. Still don't like what I'm seeing here heading towards Mattawa. We're going to get another radar frame in no time. I think. Celia, you're breaking my heart. Baby. Whoa, Cecilia. Oh, Ash says that's the camera, but it's out. It makes sense that it's out because the power went out, right? Thanks so much. Appreciate it. Lots of sirens in Midland. That's not good. Okay. We just got an update. 107.28 kilometers an hour. But it looks like the strongest part of that storm is not going to hit Mattawa. It's moving to the right. Mattawa's still going to see some pretty strong wind gusts, maybe briefly severe. But this little downburst, this little microburst here, is trying to track to the east, which is better. So that's exciting. Wind is really bad in Angus. Thank you, Andrew. Did you get on Ontario Storm Reports there to send your report in? 23% tornado risk on this cell. What? Oh, on this cell right here. Really? That's the one I believe we went minor on. Let me hit refresh there. Yes, you did. Thank you. Great. Yeah, this is the one. This is the way. This is the one he went minor rotation on. And it's 23% tornado risk on that cell now. I really don't like this here. 107.28 kilometers an hour. Tracking to the east towards Clock, K-L-O-C-K, and Rankin, R-A-N-K-I-N. I think we all manifested that. It was going to move to the right. Really strong wind in Everett. Thank you very much, Virginia. Appreciate it. Very strong winds west of Huntsville. Thank you very much, Jen. Good light show in, is it Russo? Really strong winds in Angus. Thank you, Jennifer. Just hit Utterson, 3 Mile Lake like a wrecking ball. Thank you. Yeah, I saw that question there, Bright Light. That's IW storm risk. So we're pulling in a bunch of different data, and it's trying to highlight the storm itself. And yeah, it's not smoothed because it's using raw data. I don't like what I'm seeing going into the Huntsville area. It looks like some really strong winds in there, and there was some embedded minor rotation. Power out in Red Bay. Thank you, Angelica. Any news for Barry? Pretty dark outside. 8:35 p.m. Anna says, thank you for keeping everyone safe and updated. It's my pleasure. Sheet rain west of Huntsville. Thank you. Huge gusts in Craighurst. Thank you. No power in Midland. Yeah, you can turn it off. All good. 1,600 people without power in Mattawa still. Let's go take a look at some of these storms here. Really strong wind gusts on them. Nothing's really standing out to me in the south here that's that exciting. Just really strong wind gusts. That's about it. It's getting really messy in the south too, like London, and it's just rain now and some gusty winds. Oh, is that a video from Mattawa? Oh, I'm seeing photos from Mattawa with trees down all over the place. Yeah, lots of trees went down in Mattawa from that earlier storm. Hope everybody's okay. Yeah, I just saw that, Tyson. I was just looking at that. Yeah. Oh, I was just looking at this. This is literally what I was looking at. It's right beside my head. Yeah, so there's going to be some pretty gusty winds here. Pretty gusty winds in Barrie. Gusty winds through Stayner. I am seeing some pretty strong winds here near the Grey Highlands, actually. 100 kilometers an hour, 101. Those are pretty strong winds. Up here near Rob Roy and Pretty River Valley Provincial Park, 96. So yeah. Some strong wind. You can see the escarpment basically right here, you know? Like there's the escarpment. You can see how strong the winds are. They're right on top of it. That's really interesting. Look at here's one for the kids. 67% total severe risk on the storm. Heading right into Huntsville right now. Very strong winds going into Huntsville. Bit concerned with that storm. Huntsville's going to get pretty nasty. Yeah, it's going to be pretty nasty in Huntsville with that storm moving in. I'd definitely I'd be taking shelter in the path of that one. Looks like Mattawa. Crap. I mean, there's still really strong winds heading towards Mattawa, but the strongest part of that storm definitely took a right turn right at the last second as it was heading up. And it's heading, see, remember this right here? You can see that bright part? Went that way. I don't like this. Might just be some noise until 1. Let's see, can Franktown pick that up? Okay, it doesn't look as bad from Franktown. Definitely looks worse from Britt. Britt has a better look at it, though. I don't like those signatures. As always. Didn't Huntsville just recover for some crazy flooding last month? Yeah, I think they had some pretty substantial stuff. Any thunderstorms happening in Wasaga Beach? Are you in Wasaga Beach? Because if you're in Wasaga Beach, you would know better than us, right? Thunderstorms, heavy rain, gusty winds. Pretty gusty to some degree. Is it already 8:39? Wow. Power out Midland, crazy dark in North Barrie. Thank you, Shaylin Lee. Thank you, Complete K9 Canada. Lights keep dimming in Kilworthy, and the winds are picking up. Winds spiked in Barrie, probably 80 kilometers an hour. Yeah, the trees are moving around pretty good up there. I think I heard a big wind gust. Kind of want to go check it out. I'll be right back. I'm going to back this up. I'll be back in a few minutes. I just want to go take a look at what's up. Back in a few minutes. Yeah, Huntsville does not look good right now. Barrie is nuts out of the blue. Well, it's not out of the blue. We've been talking about it for hours and hours and hours. I'll be right back. All right, I'm back. Man, it's getting windy in Barrie. Holy. Oh, my goodness. The clouds look wild. It's a bit elevated. They're a bit elevated, higher up off the surface. But there were some pretty strong winds. Tree down on the house in Novar, says Chris. That's not good. Eek. Chris says sing. I may at some point. We'll see. But when I was downstairs, I found some broccoli and fish and rice. Wait, did I say downstairs? Sorry, when I was upstairs. The winds are flying out here in Barrie right now. What are you experiencing? Let me know. I'm just going to keep looking through the comments. No hydro in Sunridge. Thank you. Huntsville is basically black. Yeah, I got to take a look at Huntsville right now. Looks strong in Kearney. I'm hearing a tree down on the house in what was it? Novar? That's exactly where the storm just went through that we were talking about. That might have been a little bit of rotation there. Yeah, that storm's nasty. Bit concerned with what just went through there, heading towards Kearney right now. And what's that storm at? 12% tornado, 58% severe. That's about to, the strongest part of that storm is about to go outside of your polygon there, Dalton. Hearing of damage, hearing of a tree down on a house. Not good. Heard possible tornado out Aspen Road in Huntsville. I could see maybe something towards Kearney right now. Kearney needs to be taking shelter with that storm. It looks really nasty. Oh, that's a downburst or a tornado. It's looking pretty nasty. Kearney needs to take shelter, and if you're northeast of there as well. Dalton is going to extend that polygon to the northeast here. It is looking really strong. Yeah, Huntsville. We had it in our minor rotation. And SRV looks pretty interesting right there. That may have been a little spin up, possibly. Could be a problem. Moonstone is insane, I'm hearing. Everyone says Huntsville is wild. Just south of Bruce Peninsula, Hydro 1 outage at 8,468 customers. No hydro in Brooks Falls. Rotation in Gravenhurst. I'm not sure about that, but yeah, definitely the clouds are swirling around for sure. Why is this happening? Because we get big bad storms every year. That's how it goes. Oh, Cecilia. I don't like that storm. That Kearney storm. pretty nasty, and it looked like we may have had some rotation right over Huntsville. Yeah. Big, strong winds. Concerning signature in general. Thank you, Dalton. Another polygon should be showing up right about here. Yeah, it's pretty gusty in Barrie, and Barrie, Barrie looks pretty boring on radar. So I can just imagine what people have been experiencing today, where it was really strong on radar. Hope everybody stayed safe. Sorry, Kearney. Finally eating some dinner. Hit Kearney, hit hard, no power. Crazy wind and Barrie tossed my patio chairs around. Oh boy. Yeah, Barry's looking boring on radar, but I was outside and the winds were flying. Are you going to be with us tomorrow? I think so, probably. We'll see what happens. Tornado Tuesday tomorrow. But we'll see what happens with the storm development. That's the questionable thing tomorrow. This Kearney area, north of Huntsville, looking nasty. Really strong winds near Kearney. That whole area. Big, strong winds all the way through. What? Um, I really don't like what I'm seeing over here near Two Rivers. That's a signature I don't like. I've seen signatures like that before, and I don't like the look of them. I'm going to go rotation on that. Yeah, there's a drop out there. I don't like that. I don't like the storm. Yeah, I don't like that at all. It's got that look. I got it. I think it's... Oh, it's in... It's kind of going into one of our polygons, but still. I don't like the look of it. Got that look. Oh, it's getting windy out there. I can hear stuff flying around. Storm located 32 kilometers southeast of Mattawa, traveling. Is that right? Southeast of Mattawa? Yep. Traveling east-northeast, 67 kilometers an hour, based on radar. Wind gusts at 133 kilometers. Gonna go rotation. Rotation detected. Sorry, 1 second here. DEUXRIVIERES. I want to make sure I spell this right. RIVIERES. RIVIERES. Okay. Wait a minute. Okay. Sending. All right, I sent that off. I don't like the look of that, so I said rotation detected. It's got that look. I've seen that look before. It's called super noisy Canadian radar data, but it's got that look. That's okay. Still delicious. Someone said talk more. Sorry, I'm just eating. I missed a whole bunch of super chats, by the way. Thank you, Ashley Jones, for becoming a new member. Thank you, Habs316. Good luck with the game. Thank you, Rick Turner, for becoming a new member. Appreciate it. Thank you, PK Rats, for the super chat. Thanks so much. Calgary Tech, as always. Severe Storms, let's go. I love Adam's Severe Storm polygons. May the wind be at my back. IW on TV, Max on iPad, Read on phone. Best day ever. Thanks so much, Jamie. Thanks, I'm here in Windsor. Shoutouts to Hope. Thanks so much. Appreciate it. Thanks, Jose. Calgary Tech, as always, enjoying severe downpours before El Nino. Super El Nino, yeah. It's going to be hot. Pours A, as a new member, thank you so much. Appreciate it. And I missed Haley Van Ham becoming a new member. Thank you so much. Appreciate it. Hope I pronounced your name right. Kaela. Kayla? Oh, Kayla. Kayla Van Ham. Thank you so much to everybody else who sent in super chats. Another squid. Sunny but sticky in Ottawa. Thank you. Tyler M. becoming a new member. Thank you so much. Mum's Food Reviews or sending a super chat. Thank you so much. Appreciate it. Do we have time to plant corn? 3 hours worth. You sent that in at 6:34. My bad. I totally missed that. Sorry about that. And I missed this super chat coming in from Mark Nicholas Davis. Keep an eye out on my two babies in Barrie. One is at home with her cat and worried about the warnings. The other is doing weird weather radar live streaming thing on YouTube. Wait, what? You mean me? I'm one of your babies? And Evelyn gifted 5 memberships. Thank you so much. Appreciate that, Evelyn. Thank you kindly. I think I swallowed a fish bone. Thanks to everybody for all your support. Really appreciate it. Very, very kind of you. He is not muted, says Andrew. Nope. I am not. All right, back to radar. Things are pretty boring in the south. Just really gusty winds. Very gusty winds. West of Shelburne, I'm seeing 95 kilometers an hour on radar. So substantially gusty winds. Potentially dangerous. Really, really strong winds in the Collingwood. 102, 103 kilometers an hour on radar. Even if a chunk of that is reaching the surface, it's a problem. Seeing strong winds up here near Kearney. Like a Bays area. Still continuing strong, and I'm still seeing a signature I don't like that went through 2 rivers, tracking to the east. Yeah, I don't like that signature, so hopefully everybody there is okay. That's the storm that just missed Mattawa. The previous one hit Mattawa. That's it. I'm eating some chips. I've been working hard. I'm eating chips. Someone said they can't hear me. I'll try to keep the microphone closer. Sorry. Andrea Doobie says, saw a large dirt cloud. Yeah, it's probably what everybody else has been seeing today, which are called gust-nados. So it looks like you see a bunch of dirt being kicked up, which looks like a tornado, but it's actually a gust-nado. It's on the gust front because the winds are so strong, they're kicking up dirt everywhere. Oh, yeah. What flavor chips? The OG. Let's go. Highway 533 in Mattawa is currently closed due to weather and power lines and trees down. He's trying to have dinner, so he's not talking much. Yeah, now I'm just eating chips. Still don't like what I'm seeing northeast of Huntsville here. Really strong winds. And I'm seeing really strong winds here on the backside of this. Arthur area up through the peninsula, or the escarpment here. Strong winds for a lot of folks. That's pretty much where we're at right now. A lot of strong winds. Maybe a bit of embedded rotation. Anything bad and buried? Nah, just really gusty. Really, really gusty. Lucas said he saw some large hail size of a quarter. Where was that? Kenzie's asking about Smith Falls. Maybe some storms later overnight. I don't know if you've tried it, but the new Sun Chips, the honey barbecue, is insanely good. Put that out there. Has anybody tried that? Anybody tried the honey barbecue? It is so freaking good. You haven't tried it? Katie's tried it. Katie knows what's up. Yes, they're amazing. Can you please unmute? I'm not muted. You didn't like the honey barbecue? No way. No way. I don't like what I'm seeing here towards is it Brule Lake? I don't like what I'm seeing. Really strong signature heading that way. Possible little downburst. Really, really strong winds. If you're in Brule Lake, I would be taking shelter with that storm for sure. Coming in hot, and it's gonna hit really hard. Probably trees coming down from that, so I'd be taking shelter at that. Brule. Thank you. Lucas said a few trees came down in my neighborhood. Where are you located? Like creme brulee. Oh, yeah. That makes sense. Power's out of Midland. Thank you, Samantha. We're not sponsored by Sun Chips, but I'm not impressed with your lack of grade 4 French skills. Grade 4 was the first. All we did in grade 4 French, which was the first year that we had to take French, all we did is color stuff for bonbons. That's all we did. Rouge. Power outage in Huntsville. Yes, I know how to say rouge. There. Sacre bleu. Brule Lake is going to get smashed by that storm. I hope everybody's staying safe. Oh la la. Ordinateur. Un stylo. Who is hosting this, Adam or Brendan? Brendan's in the background somewhere. And I'm the talking guy. Power's still on in downtown Huntsville somehow. Sorry, I was reading a lot of comments. I always get people that are angry that I don't read the comments. So I'm trying to just read the comments while I stuffed Sun Chips in my face hole. Let's see here. Should be getting a new frame pretty soon. Yeah, I don't like what's about to happen to Brulee Lake. Creme Brulee? Brulee Lake. I think Sun Chips would be a solid sponsor, yeah. I really hope everybody stayed safe today. A lot of trees down. Yeah. There's your update. Brulee Lake getting smashed by that storm. Very strong signature. Not looking great there. Go up to Quebec here and see what's going on. We went minor on that one, I think. Yeah. Lots and lots of reports of damage today. Should this be the French version of our brand? Meteo Instantané? Instantané? How do you pronounce that? Instant and then ANEE. Is that the French version of our brand? Sounds pretty good. I'm gonna copy that. I'm gonna copy and paste that somewhere. Wow, power's been out since 8:30 p.m. and is still out in Baysville. Thank you very much for that report. Power's still out in Oro. Thank you. Meteo instant. Meteo instant. Thank you for that. Appreciate the breakdown. Tree on a line in Arcona. Power has been out for a few hours. Didn't seem that windy. This is Catherine. What's going to happen in Newmarket? It's going to get real windy. Second storm hitting Huntsville now, I'm hearing. Yeah, it's just the backside of this big cluster. Still looking quite strong up towards Brûlé Lake. Creme Brûlée Lake. Whoopsie, don't want to go to tilt 17. Whoopsie. Yeah, really strong winds there. 100 kilometers an hour. And we keep going. I think it's about time to play a song. And then maybe dial back the live stream. What about Barry? Just gusty winds, that's it. Gusty winds and some rain. It's about that time, folks. I think it's about that time. All right, should I play a song? Play us out? Yeah? I swear I had guitar picks at some point. There's a guitar pick. All right. I better turn off this fan. Hold on. It's going to be way too loud. Hold on. Okay, I'm back. One song. Thanks for staying on the live stream of the song, by the way. Folks, we've been on for 4 hours and 39 minutes. Ooh, that is out of tune. I've got noise canceling on, though, so it should probably mitigate the whole tuning part of this to some degree. All right, you probably can't hear that. I got too much noise canceling on. Hold on, let me turn it off. Noise removal off. Background noise removal is already off. All right. Tell me, can you hear the guitar? Yeah? Lucas says, never knew that weather uncle sings. Oh boy. You can hear it. Okay, cool. Okay, what should I play? Strum Daddy. All right, I'll play you a song. I'm trying to think of what to play here. I usually play my staples. Of course, a song. Everybody wants Freebird. All right. The calm song. Oh, yeah. How do I play that again? I can't remember, so I'll just do something else. All right, I'm going to do the Going Back to Bed song, if I can remember it. It goes a little something like this.
Wake me up early, sun is shining bright in my eye. Feel like a vampire, I'm always up at night. Think I'm insomniac, you think I never sleep. I'm not so sure about that, but what I know, this is me. Going back to bed, count me out. You heard what I said, and was there any doubt? I'm going back to bed, count me out. Yeah. Wake me up early, there's still sand in my eye. Yeah, I feel like a vampire. Oh, at least I try.
Here we go.
Going back to bed, count me out. You heard what I said, and was there any doubt? I'm going back to bed, count me out. Yeah. It's easy to roll, easy to hide. It ain't easy getting up in the middle of my night. Easy to roll, easy to hide. It ain't easy getting up at night. Easy to roll, and it's easy to hide. It ain't easy getting up at night. Easy to roll, easy to hide. It ain't easy getting up at night.
Thanks so much, everyone. Little song for you to end the evening. I'll take one more quick glance at radar. There's still some pretty darn gusty winds out there. I think I'm going to probably shut down the stream. We've been going for 4 hours and 45 minutes. So let's take a quick peek at what's up. And thank you so much. Appreciate it, everyone. Thank you kindly. Play Freebird. I do. When I play like solo shows, I have Freebird ready because people always like, Freebird? Whoa. That Brule Lake storm is still going super strong. 98-kilometer-an-hour wind gusts tracking to the northeast into Algonquin Park. Environment Canada does have a severe thunderstorm warning for that particular one. Yeah, it's looking pretty strong. This one east of Mattawa still looking strong, heading east into Quebec. Yeah, that storm is looking pretty grumpy going into Algonquin Park. Hopefully, those who are camping have a sturdy shelter that they can get to. That is looking pretty rough. I should record that song. There's a few songs I need to record. Several. I got to make a new album. So, you know what? This winter, when things are calm, that's it. That's it. I'm going to record a new album. It's been a long time since I recorded an album. Actually, it hasn't been that long. I have a new band. I mean, like, since I personally have recorded an album, not with another band. Still looking really strong. Now it's even higher, 101-kilometer-an-hour gusts northeast of Brule Lake near Burnt Island Lake. Some nasty winds tracking into Algonquin Park from that storm. Looking pretty rough. Mainly a wind risk at this point in time. Not seeing a ton of rotation on it. No, it's mainly a wind risk, I think, from what I can tell. That's what it looks like, at least from this far away on radar. It's hard to tell for sure, but it looks like that. Play Led Zeppelin. If the sun refused to shine. Love me some Zeppelin. Can't go wrong. Hey, hey, mama said the way you move, gonna make you sweat, gonna make you groove. I'll play Night Moves. Yeah, I used to play it all the time. I used to play it all the time on the live stream, actually. Play Freebird quickly, Weather Uncle. That's funny. I mean, I could have sang, hey, hey, mama, say the way you move. I thought he sings it up pretty high. I've been doing it in falsetto, though. I think was he doing it in falsetto? It's hard to say. It's like he's doing it in like a mixed voice, probably. All right, folks. I think that's probably it. Tomorrow's going to be a big day too, so we got to keep our energy up because tomorrow's going to be a long one probably too. We'll see. I mean, it all depends on how storms are developing. We will see. Should I go and try to look at some future radar? Probably. Go back to that CSSL map and see. Let me just refresh this. This is again Instant Weather Pro. We just made a version for the CSSL, which is the Northern Tornadoes Project. And, of course, the Northern Hail Project. Let's just fast forward here and see what's going on for tomorrow. Probably should actually just play this. Did I say there could be storms for Smith Falls later? Probably actually more tomorrow in the morning, I would think. Yeah, it looks like could see some rain, maybe some storms in Smith Falls and Ottawa. Tomorrow morning, looks about 6:45 a.m. So here's tomorrow morning. Storms moving into southwestern Ontario. Some storms moving out eastern Ontario. Here's the afternoon. Those storms continue. Oh. Okay. And so here's the afternoon for tomorrow. Oh. Okay, so let's just hit pause on that for a second. This is 4:15 p.m. tomorrow. Remember we were talking like, is there going to be storms tomorrow because the environment's going to be insane? That doesn't look good. That's 4:15 tomorrow. There's 5:15. Look at this line. Look at this cell and Barry. I know this is future radar, so it doesn't say for sure. Like this is, but I mean, if there's a line of storms tomorrow in that environment, that could be a problem. and then into Eastern Ontario in the evening. I don't like the look of that for tomorrow. 5 p.m. tomorrow? That doesn't look good. Oopsie. I'm sending that to the team. 5 p.m. tomorrow? Uh-oh. Brennan says, yeah. Yeah, that's not good. That's not good. What's the environment look like? Oh, man. I should just light up COD right now. 1 second here. Here, 1 second here. Let me switch to camera of me. Hi. Let me just pull up COD. I'm going to go classic COD style. That's right. College of DuPage. Oh, boy. That doesn't look good. Let's see here. We're going College of DuPage, folks. This is what I do with my spare time is I look at this website. I mean, there's a bunch of other websites to look at, too. But this is Southern Ontario, right? So you can't see my mouse. Where this thing is like Barrie. This is like Toronto here. This is Ottawa over here. This is Windsor down here. Bruce Peninsula. Okay, so this is what it's saying for tomorrow. Oh, look at that line. Okay, and then let's take a look at the environment. Well, let's see what the SIGTOR is. Yeah, we've got some SIGTOR here, 3.9. Okay, there's definitely a tornadic, much stronger than today, tornadic environment. Let's look at the supercell composite for tomorrow. Yeah, we're getting into the oranges. Okay, all right. So tomorrow, and then what about wind gusts? Yeah, some pretty strong wind gusts in there. Really isolated, strong wind gusts. Tomorrow's going to be a day, folks. Tomorrow's going to be a day. Drops to 13 Wednesday in Toronto. Yeah, a huge temperature drop tomorrow. So that cold front's going to be coming in strong. This is, for anybody who's wondering, this is College of DuPage. You can check this out. Yeah. Dalton's thinking kind of north of Barrie towards Bracebridge, Gravenhurst, Midland. That area is is pretty good bullseye for tomorrow. We go back to the CSSL map. I mean, you can see it right here. This is what we're thinking. Oh boy, that's tomorrow at 5. That's tomorrow at 6. Tomorrow's going to be, and then even more storms down here and through the GTA, and some storms hovering around Essex County. All right, well, we're back at it tomorrow, folks. So it's that time of year. Just got your winter tires off. Yeah, so did I. So that's tomorrow for you. Hope everybody stayed safe today. It's not even over yet for some people. Brulé Lake's starting to calm down a bit there. That's good. Let's see what it looks like from Brit. Probably not calming down at all. No, it's definitely not calming down at all. I spoke too soon. 105 kilometers an hour going into Algonquin Park. Northeast of Brulé Lake. Looking pretty brutal. That wasn't a Brulé joke. It's looking brutal. Heading right into Algonquin Park. Oh boy. Oh boy. Pretty strong winds there. Now this is getting further and further from radar, but it's not that far from radar. Is Mattawa going to get hit with anything else? I don't know. Hopefully not. Looks like maybe some more rain. There's some more rain and some more wind heading that way, but nothing as strong as it was before. But it's going to be pretty strong. There's probably a lot of weakened trees there as well too, right? If there was that big storm before. Well, folks, I guess we have a night to watch. We'll continue to watch radar, and we'll carefully be watching for tomorrow. Tomorrow could be pretty nasty. Ouch. We'll see what happens. So we'll see what's going on. We're going to be watching closely, so don't worry about it, because you know that we're going to be watching. If we see anything crazy, we're going to let you know. So, that's still a step up from how it used to be. I remember before instant weather, before Ontario Tornado watch, we used to be called. I remember back in the day just reading the red warning at the bottom of the TV over and over again, hoping on the 75th time you read it, some details were going to happen, some information. Nothing. So that was a big part of my frustration. And that's why we started Ontario Tornado Watch, which became Ontario Storm Watch, which became Instant Weather. And, of course, Alberta Storm Watch, Saskatchewan Storm Watch, Manitoba Storm Watch, Instant Weather Quebec, Instant Weather New Brunswick, Instant Weather Nova Scotia, Instant Weather British Columbia, Instant Weather PEI, Instant Weather Newfoundland. And, it's been a journey, a 13-year journey. All started back in 2013. It's been a wild ride. So thank you so much, everyone, for joining us. I really appreciate it. We've been on for 5 hours. And tomorrow is going. Victoria says, any info about Barrie? Yeah, tomorrow could get pretty nasty in the Barrie area. So maybe somewhere around 3, 4, 5 o'clock-ish, somewhere in there. Sometimes the models say 5 o'clock and the storm's rolling at 3. These things happen. So, so we'll be watching closely for tomorrow. There's that. Anywho, thank you so much, everybody. We'll talk to you all very soon. Everybody have yourself a very safe evening. I hope everybody stayed safe today because there was a ton of trees down, lots of reports of damage. We hope everybody stayed safe and stay safe throughout the night with the storms tomorrow morning and then with the severe risk tomorrow afternoon and tornado risk as well. So, okay, we'll talk to you all very soon. Thank you so much for your help, Brendan. Appreciate it. He's there somewhere, probably. I know he's there somewhere, but it's all good. You probably can't get to the... He's there somewhere. Anyways, thank you so much, everybody. Thank you, everybody on the team who helped. I'm going to go through the Alana, Brennan, Cody, Cole, Dalton, Dee, Dominic, Harry, Jeremy, Kyle, Leslie, Liam, Lindsay, Matt, Miranda, Patricia, Paxton, Sarah, Teresa, and of course, Melissa and Miss Esri and all of our wonderful mods across the board. Everybody, we appreciate all of your help. And if you are in Algonquin Park right now, I mean, you probably want to get to a safe place because this storm's coming, depending on where you are in Algonquin Park, but this storm is coming in hot, big winds, 105-kilometer-an-hour winds heading into the Lake Opengo area. Openago, Lake Openago area. If you're near there, this storm's coming in hot and it's coming in with damaging winds. So I really hope you're in a safe place. If you are in the path of this particular storm, northeast of Brule Lake, tracking to the northeast, it is coming in hot and it's looking problematic. It may be heading over towards Squirrel Depot. It's very possible. And there's the update right there. Yeah, I know we see a few pixels like this and we think maybe rotations, probably just mainly a wind risk, but could be some better rotation in there. So there's that. Anyways, if you're in Algonquin Park, please stay safe, especially if you're up towards Lake Traverse, the Basin Depot, Squirrel Depot, up towards Chalk River and Deep River. This thing's going to be tracking. We're going to continue to watch it, and if things continue to be strong, we're definitely going to post about it. The whole area is under severe thunderstorm warning, I believe. Yes. Okay, that's good. All right, folks. We'll talk to y'all very soon. And have yourself. Opeongo, Lake Opeongo. This might head over towards Petawawa potentially. It's kind of heading a little bit more to the northeast, but it's kind of trying to track to the east. So Deep River, Petawawa, Pembroke may be affected by that storm. Hopefully it weakens by the time it gets there. And have yourself a wonderful night. We'll talk to you all very soon. Bye-bye.